That brings us on the agenda to the public comment. Where is that? Yeah, all right. We want to do it again? No.
Do the pledge.
Brings us to the public comment. We have a person signed up, Mr. McCumber. Mr. Greenbaum. Please come forward. No problem. State your name and address and please. let us know.
Mark Greenbaum, 81 Baker Street. And the first little topic is not a mystery to anybody. Everybody knows what's going on. We live on Baker Street, 81 Baker Street. And the parking situation has gone from bad to worse than bad. And my sense of what is going on is on the weekends, because all the restaurants, which is a great thing that all the restaurants are doing well, essentially do not allow their employees to park in their parking lot. So what happens is on a Friday, Saturday nights is 20 or 30 of their employees fan out around the neighborhood to park. In other words, the waiters, the waitresses, the cooks, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. So they all fan out all over the neighborhood and eat up all the parking spaces. And it's just become a complete, and I understand this is not an easy problem to solve. And I'm just trying to bring it up for discussion, but it's something that is not going to get better. It's going to get worse if we don't deal with it. And that's my first little comment. I don't know what the board's, I mean, for instance.
Can't really take any action on it tonight.
No, I understand. No, I'm just trying to bring that up,
Yeah. you
that
can
it's something that needs to
Mr.
be,
Greenbaum, if I could respond,
yeah,
about 6 months ago,
Yeah.
our planner
Yeah.
left. And about 2 months prior to that, we were thinking of where we are today.
right,
And we tried to take a proactive approach to coordinating parking valet at St. Mary's of the Bay.
Yeah.
We had a parking study done that
Yeah.
really kind of fell flat without the planner's involvement.
yep, yep,
And unfortunately, the combination of the vacancy in the planning office.
Yep.
And the parking survey study really not coming back with a plan. They
Right.
came back with a number of spaces, they came back and identified everything, but the implementation of what to use wasn't there. So unfortunately, we're all in the same boat right now.
no, I get it,
But the good news is we were aware of this
right,
and we were trying to get ahead of it.
right,
And we can say that there has been a positive response from St. Mary's of the Bay,
right,
but without the ability to coordinate and create that plan,
right.
we can't just move forward with wishful thinking.
Yeah, no, I understand. I'm just trying to get it on the table. I understand it's somewhere
I
on the
hear you,
table.
but what I
It's
want
probably
you to
been
know
talked
is
about for years.
20 years that I've been
Right.
here. Now that the problem has really gotten to the level it's
Right.
at. But we are trying and hopefully we will come to a,
Right,
we will have a planner soon
sure.
and hopefully we will have a plan.
Right.
And,
I mean, all the restaurants now have essentially guards
right,
in their parking lots to keep anybody from parking that isn't quote going to their quote
right,
restaurant.
makes sense. It's their
And
part.
yeah, but the problem is they don't want to be responsible for their employees who they will not allow to park in their parking lots.
Right.
Right.
We understand this. We've met
Okay.
with them.
So
So
maybe
we're
somebody
trying-
has to talk to the restaurants and say, guys,
It
you're not
can't-
going to be able to get away with this
Right.
much longer.
I don't want to debate.
No, I'm not. Yeah,
And- But I
it's-
want you to know
Yeah.
that we've looked at the access, location,
Right,
and St. Mary's of the Bay seemed favorable
right,
in the beginning phase.
correct.
So hopefully that will be the overflow parking for these.
Right.
And we were hoping to get something from this company in regards to a process or a beginning step
Yeah.
for resident parking.
Listen, maybe they could park where at the train or whatever, the thing down by the dog park and have a shuttle. Said make them pay for a shuttle for their
Right, but we're
employees.
also, what I wanted you to hear is
Yeah.
we're also trying to look at resident parking.
Right.
So
Yeah,
these
well-
things have to actually have a plan.
Yeah.
And
Yeah. No,
that's.
I know, I get it.
the past 6
I'm
months.
not trying to be a pain. I'm just trying to
No,
say,
no,
it's time to, everybody's been pushing the thing down the street and.
Right, but what the
shuffling
only
away.
reason why I want to actually have this back and forth is to let you know
It is. in
that
the
we're
works.
trying. And that
Right.
unfortunately, we never thought the planner was leaving when he left.
Right,
So you can go to number 2.
Yep.
Feel free.
right. Okay, second is a little little less, is a little savory. We evicted Jacob Morrill from our apartment in April, the middle of April. Okay, now I don't know who knows, who doesn't know, he went on to do the same thing to the next landlord and murdered him. When the guy came to try, was a little more proactive than we were, and he murdered the guy. Now, about a month before he murdered the guy,
Anthony, are we getting in, hang on, are we getting into anything?
this is just gonna be this is another discussion for discussion.
Okay.
I just,
One of the problems is we went to the police department about a month before he murdered the guy, gave them a letter that outlined what they had done, gave them copies of judgments, gave them 2 pages of over $5,000 worth of damage to our apartment, and asked them to arrest him for malicious property damage. Now, had they done that, and they ran it by the town council, who said, no, it's a civil matter,
Not the-
call your lawyer.
not the council.
It didn't come before us.
No,
The solicitor.
the town, whatever you call, the solicitor, yeah, the solicitor, who basically said it's a civil matter. Don't look at it. Now, they were calling the police all the time, and we were being treated like we had done something wrong, which we hadn't, by trying to prove that our apartment was substandard, blah, blah, blah. We had gutted it. It was a every wiring, everything was fine. It was good. But I think there needs to be an examination of how the police deal with this kind of a situation. And I become persona non grata. And it was, if I tried to call the police a couple of times, they won't even talk to me. Like I'm the pain in the neck. And I think that needs to be examined in some respect because a guy died and I don't think it was necessary. So at any rate, it's not a pleasant thing to talk about. Believe me, I'm recovering from cancer. It was a nightmare for 4 months dealing with these people. And I had, lists of lies, constant lying. I had told the police about it. They had been in the unit 4 or 5 times. They basically turned our apartment from a modest but nice Airbnb unit into a slum in 4 months. And the police were in there 4 or 5 times. And basically we were treated, well, you're a landlord, so therefore you're the evil, nasty guy. So I think that's something that at some point needs to be at least thought about, how they deal with that kind of stuff. Okay,
All right.
thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Is there an Ann Socia here? I guess you wanted to speak. Come on down.
Hi, Ann Socia, 18 Dyer Street.
Hello.
I just have 2 issues. The first one, I tried several years ago, especially in 2018. I gave it to the Department of Public Works. Dyer Street, as you approach up to Dyer Street from Maine, there's a dip. There's a dip which causes your vehicle to bounce. And it hits the back of it and it bounces and your vehicle can get ruined. I have so many complaints from, guests, from neighbors. It needs to be fixed. When they took care of Dyer Street a few years ago, they did a beautiful job. They repaired sidewalks, did new pavement. Why they didn't fix the bottom, I have no idea. But I'm very concerned about that. I mean, how many years do we have to wait before something is done? Because your vehicle just bounces and bangs. So can you please have someone or the department to fix that area?
We can direct it. We
Yeah,
can direct
so-
our DPW director to look at it. However, I believe what we're going to find out is that is a state road.
No, they said it's a town. That's a town issue. I
Main
don't know.
Street. Okay, we'll look at it, but it's a state road, and especially because your other one is the sidewalks. That is the state.
I know that's the state, but what is the town? Is the sidewalks this town or is that the state?
That's the
But the
state.
state's not doing anything either.
Oh.
So are we waiting for some serious accident or a tragedy to happen? You cannot walk between Dyer Street to Kuma or Dyer Street to almost Vernon up to Alfred's because it's so bad. You can't have a stroller. There's no way they can walk. This is the town. You should be able to walk on the sidewalks.
I agree.
You can't walk. I saw, I saw like a little boy not too long ago trying to ride on the sidewalk. And he was having difficulty. If he lost control right on Main Street, and what do you think will happen? Nothing is being done. I mean, I wrote letters back in 2018. I wrote to, to the state rep, to the public, well, it's not a town issue. And I said, then please forward it, but something's got to be done. Are we going to wait until something happens and then all of a sudden they get on it? We see that, we see this numerous times. People bring complaints about something and all of a sudden then it's addressed. And then, oh, we'll take care of it right away. I just want this, I'm trying to avoid this, a heartbreak for a family or a child's in a stroller. I tried to take my grandchild in a stroller and I said, oh my God, if I couldn't do it and he fell and banged his head, I just want to address, Warren needs to do something about it.
Okay.
Needs to get the state to take action.
I was just gonna, I wrote on my note here, what we're going to do is I'm gonna look for a motion, we can't do a motion because it's public comment. But I would like to have the town manager forward your letter to our 3 representatives at the state.
I do not.
Unfortunately, I know the town of Warren, we can't go over there and do that work. We can't touch the state roads. It's against the law.
I hear it's, yeah, it's tabled. It's just going to get done. When? I mean, this was back in 2018. We're in, 2023, and it's still not being taken care of.
Unfortunately, that stretch was promised in 2002. And every year, the TIP program that the state puts in has been pushed ahead. And it's a sad reality that we've dealt with. We could possibly do those sidewalks, but it would cost us about $1 million. So
I'm
what
not
we're
asking-
trying to do, look, I understand. This isn't something that we're ignoring. We're trying to figure out how to do an expensive job at the taxpayer's best interest.
But I'm not
Because-
asking for the trees to be cut
I know,
down.
you're asking for the sidewalks. to be
I
done.
need the sidewalks. People
Okay,
say,
so
well, all
$1
those
million.
trees have to be cut down. I think there's already some on Main Street. They have it marked to cut the trees. Trees should not have to be cut. If the tree is healthy, then just cut the branches or what needs. Those trees on Main Street are not street trees when they were put many years ago, but we have to deal with the issue. Bristol got around it by putting asphalt
No, Bristol-
because they said it was a
That-
We
handicap.
have an
and all
answer
this.
for you.
That was done by the state.
No, Bristol paid. So
Okay.
Bristol actually did the work on their own and put it back to the condition it was in and made the improvements for the handicap access at the curb cuts. Bravo to Bristol. Right now, we don't have the funds and we're hoping that the state will come true to their word. And I think are we at like 2024 supposedly?
Yeah, the start date, according to the most recent tip plan, is 2024.
So we're trying to figure out how to best access a redone road to the best advantage financially.
But it's considered a repair. Wouldn't it be as Bristol did as a repair and keep under the guidelines for the
Right, we
handicap
really don't
without
know.
taking all the trees
I
down?
can't speak for the other council members here. I can speak for myself. Right now, putting that amount of money into the sidewalk, knowing that the state is going to be doing this, really wouldn't be prudent, in my opinion.
So we have to wait until the state is ready, which may, who knows how many years, or something happens to someone and then action is taken.
No, we probably, unfortunately, thank you for bringing this.
Yes.
To
I know, I
attention.
just,
But we are gonna
it's
forward,
frustrating.
we are gonna forward your letter to the 2 state reps and the state senator.
And Vernon Street's horrible, and I used to live right a block off of it. And unfortunately, there was someone who traversed that every day in a wheelchair, and it was the worst thing to watch. And the state started now finally putting the paint on that one, so
Well-
hopefully that'll be done soon.
Well, I know personally because my husband's in the power chair and we tried to walk last month on Main Street, going towards
I know
Alpha.
you can't,
And are we supposed to go to everyone's going into the lawn? I mean, he couldn't even do it and we just had to turn back. It's sad. It's really sad. But I like to just give this to you. And if you want more, this is what I sent back in 2018 to the Department of Public Works. So you have. some
your
idea.
concern isn't falling on deaf ears.
Thank you.
You may feel that the reality is we're not doing anything, but we've been trying for 20 years.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, I hope it gets resolved soon.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so next, I believe that wraps up the public comment. Is there anyone else that would like to? Okay, next we go to recognition. I'm going to turn this over to Vice President Kalenda.
Could I have Father Joe please come forward? So on behalf of the Warren Town Council, we'd like to present to you the certificate of recognition. So may it be known that Reverend Joseph Upton of St. Mary of the Bay Church is hereby awarded the certificate of recognition with your willingness to serve in a volunteer capacity to the town of Warren Police Department and Fire Department from the Warren Town Council. So I hereby appoint you the police fire chaplain presented this 13th day of June 2023. I think we're okay with you not having to raise and swear the oath to God. I think we're good. Okay. On behalf of President John Hanley, the President of the Council, Council President Terry Cronin, Grant Eckert, myself, and Joseph DePasquale, I hereby appoint you this certificate of recognition, and I appoint you this badge to probably present at any time in order.
Okay, next we have the swearing in of some officers.
So would Sergeant Randy Bryant and Patrolman David Marshall please come forward? Sergeant Bryant, please raise your right hand. Randy Bryant, you are hereby notified that you have been appointed to the office of sergeant. This is your oath of office. You, Randy Bryant, do solemnly swear that you will be true and faithful unto this state and support the laws and constitution thereof and the Constitution of the United States. That you will, in all aspects, observe the provisions of the charter and the ordinances of the town of Warren and will faithfully discharge these duties of the office of sergeant for the ensuing term or until another be engaged in your place or until you be legally discharged therefrom, so help you God. I hereby certify that I'm going after going out of the taken before you, the aforementioned Randy Bryant on this 13th day of June 2023 in the town of Warren, county of Bristol, and the state of Rhode Island. Congratulations. David Marshall, you are hereby notified that you have been appointed to the office of probationary patrolman. Oath of office. You, David Marshall, do solemnly swear that you will be true and faithful unto this state and support the laws and constitution thereof and the Constitution of the United States. That you will in all aspects observe the provisions of the charter and the ordinances of the town of Warren and will faithfully discharge the duties of the office of probationary patrolman for the ensuing term or until another be engaged in your place or until you be legally discharged therefrom, so help you God. I do. I hereby certify that the foregoing oath was taken before me by the aforementioned David Marshall on this 13th day of June 2023 in the town of Warren, county of Bristol, and the state of Rhode Island. Congratulations.
Finally.
The chief of police wanted me to extend anyone that's family and friends of the two officers that we just promoted and goes back to police headquarters, and they're having a little photo. Enjoy, thank you, good luck.
Congratulations again.
Good job.
Welcome aboard.
Austin Morris.
I don't know.
Isn't there an Austin Morris?
He's on military leave.
Okay.
He's on military leave. Yep,
Okay.
we'll do him next one.
All right. Wait a little minute for the crowd to settle down a little bit. Okay, next on the agenda, we have a presentation, and this is from the Warren School Department. Please come down.
Now I'm on TV. Hey, Nikki.
Hi, good evening. Thank
Good
you very
evening.
much for having us. It's an honor to be here. I am here, as most of you know, I'm Nikki Piper. I'm the chair of the Bristol Warren School Committee and a Warren resident. The smell of the restaurant is much stronger here than in my house across the street, I've noticed. The Superintendent Riley, wanted to be here this evening, but unfortunately she had a conflict. So I am here purely to introduce some folks that are supporting us in some work in the district. I know that obviously the members of the JFC have already heard about this. I know Mr. Heckert and Mr. Kalenda's on the building committee. So you guys have had some information about the capital projects that we're starting at the school district, hopefully. This will obviously have a significant financial impact to all of the taxpayers. So we want to try and keep everybody updated as much as we can throughout the project. We're always available if there are questions. It obviously also will have an even more significant impact to the education of our kids, not just now in 2023, but hopefully in 50 to 100 years from now. So it is an important project on a short timeline. So without further ado, I'm going to introduce our partners in this work. We're going to start with our project management firm. We have Chad Crittenden and Nick Hull from PMA. We also have Rob Santos, who's from Parker Eastman, who's the architect working on the project. And then straight after that, we will go into Danielle Carey, who is our newly minted Director of Finance and Admin at the district. And Danielle will talk through the tax rate impact analysis. Thank you very much. And we will all be here until after the presentation if there are any questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Nikki. Good evening. Thank you for having us. Good to see some of you again. So my name is Chad Crittenden. I'm with PMA Consultants. We are the owner's project manager for the regional school district on this project. Here with us, we have Rob Santos from Perkins Eastman. We'll jump over to the next slide. So Rob and PMA and his firm have a long history of working together, multiple successful school projects across the region, history for economic, durable, very on schedule, under budget projects. So no strangers to working with each other, and we're happy to have Perkins here as the team, as the architect here on this project. So I'm going to give a quick overview. So this is still very early in the project. The RIDE process, so it's called the necessity of school construction, and it has different steps called stages. There are 4 stages. The first step is identification of the need. That process started earlier this year. The preliminary approval from RIDE was received by the district on April 27th. So that's what kicked off the stage that we're in right now, which is stage 2. The focus of stage 2 is development of the solution. So we need to develop the project scope and the project budget, and then move forward into funding authorization. Once funding authorization occurs, you move into stage 3 with RIDE's approval, of course. Stage 3 is detailed design. And once you clear those approvals with the state, you move on into the construction phases of the project and eventually on to completion and closeout. So again, right now we're in stage 2. So I'll just quickly recap stage 1. That's the work from earlier this year. So stage 1 is really just it's a development of existing conditions. The state wants to know more information about each of the buildings. So architect and engineering firms go through each of the buildings and they identify systems and components that are in need of repair or replacement. It's a very comprehensive report. It's about 1,000 pages. It is on the district's project website if you want to take a look at it there. But really gives a very detailed analysis of each one of the 6 or 7 existing buildings. So once we move into the next step, inside of that stage 1 submission, those individual projects within those 7 different school buildings are itemized and totaled. So in this case, 134 individual projects were identified by the architectural engineering consultants who were actually on before us. So that was a different firm. Most of those projects were at the high school. And out of those 134 projects, 67% were identified as priority 1, which is the highest priority, obviously rising this to the top of the state's priority school district piles. Those priority projects are things that should be addressed in the next 1 to 2 years. You can see the highlights there. Priority 2 projects, so 27% of them fell into that bucket. Those are things that should really be addressed in the next 3 to 5 years. And then the remainder were priority 3, and that's in the next 5 to 10 years. So 134 individual projects, each one of those should be addressed within the next 10 years. That's the takeaway there. So this is the preliminary approval letter from the state, that April 27th approval. Really pretty straightforward. The one thing they did ask for was some additional demographics information, looking to confirm the enrollment for the future projections. So we have a team under Perkins Eastman working on that now, and we should have that information in the next few weeks. So looking forward to stage 2. Stage 2 is when we develop that project scope and budget, really development of the solution. Obviously, first step in that is identification of the solution. So right now we're in the next level of detail as far as data collection goes. Really wrapping up that effort now. At the same time, there's an educational visioning effort that Rob will talk about more in a moment. Once all that is packaged up, that goes to the school building committee, and the school building committee takes that information. We look at some cost data. I'll talk about that in a second. And they identify what the preferred solution is. And the preferred solution might be more than one solution. It might be a renovation here, some site improvements there, some mechanical upgrades there. So it could be a combination of what the priority repairs are to the building. And I will turn it over to Rob, and he'll talk a little bit about the design process and the programming process.
Thank you very much, Chad. What you're seeing now on the screen now is a programming and visioning approach. It's what we do when we're trying to figure out exactly what direction to take with your school district. So basically what's been happening over the past few weeks is we've been meeting with educational leaders, school district and school committee leaders, and kind of developing something called a educational program and space summary. And these are things that are going to define what goes into any new school project that we do. And I just want to take a step back and say that we haven't decided exactly what the scope of the work is yet, essentially. There are several different solutions that we're looking at, which you'll see some of in a moment. But we're looking at all the things that educators might need in the schools to do their work in a more effective way, things that children might need to have more effective education, et cetera. And we're going to take those and we're going to start applying them to different solutions, to different buildings and different building outcomes. Next, please. And here you see a little bit of that, where we have 4 similar floor plans. The one on the left is kind of a traditional floor plan style, floor plan layout you might see in a traditional school. And as you go to the right, you see different ways that the same amount of square footage can be unified, brought together, opened up, and made to work more in a modern educational teams approach. So you might have a high school layout on the far right over there where you have common project areas, which are breakout spaces outside of classrooms that occupy what might have once just been a dead corridor. And you have some in the middle that might be more appropriate for younger students in the middle school level, for instance, where we have team rooms between individual classrooms. So I don't want, again, to say that we're looking at this particular building because this particular building is the project at this point. It is something we're looking at together. It's the Mount Hope High School, as you can see. And what we've done when we came to you initially with our proposal, it was showing what we could do with this particular building as an example. Okay, so next, please. The Mount Hope High School, I'll get into a little bit, sits in a wetland area with the Silver Creek, where there are flooding issues with the creek. There are forested wetlands to the northeast and southwest of the site. And you'll notice those are the green areas, and the dashed line around those green areas are wetland boundary conditions. And you see that wetland boundary condition also goes along the Blue Creek here, and really does cover most of the existing high school building that's there. From our discussions with facilities, we've heard that there are lots of flooding issues, and that's something that the district might be interested in remedying. Next, please. So there are different ways to approach this particular problem in this particular building. So one of them would be to renovate this building, right? That would involve, modernizing the interior systems, making it sustainable in terms of energy efficiency, which is something that we know school districts all around the country right now are doing to their existing buildings. They're trying to reduce their energy expenditures and to basically harden it, if you want to call it that, against flooding. This renovation might be a phased renovation where students move from one part of the building to another during the process. For instance, during a first phase, which might be winter semester, they might move from that first area to the second area and occupy space there. And it becomes a situation where you're living through construction, and it doesn't really address the issue of the floodplain with the Silver Creek. Next, please. Another solution, another possible solution, which we're looking at, is a new construction solution, which involves demolishing the existing high school. And this particular solution could involve a new building that is set back from the Silver Creek in a sufficient degree. Next slide, please. One more, please. It's a purpose-built, efficient, safe and secure structure. It doesn't have to be particularly on the high school site. It could be in another site. We're also looking at other sites around the district that might be appropriate. However, we are finding that many of the sites around the district are also suffer from a wetland issue. This building that is not a set design. It's just a hypothetical. It's just a what if. The gym and the auditorium, which are the more public areas, could be sited closer to the fields and to the entry for public use of the auditorium, whereas the academic wing is more on the other side and gives you more of a separation and privacy from the louder program functions like the gym and the auditorium. Next, please. And we can keep going. One more. It's just another view. And then finally, there's something which we're calling a hybrid solution, which is taking good parts of your existing high school and solving some of the issues with the Silver Creek by relocating some of the classroom wings and library wings that are right now situated right on the creek, essentially. And taking the gymnasium, for instance, which is much larger than a gymnasium you could get right now under current RIDE guidelines, and renovating that, using that space while we rebuild the academic wings. Now, this doesn't give you some of the benefits that you had in the new construction solution, like having the gymnasium adjacent to the athletic fields, but it does potentially save quite a bit of money and give you that new academic wing while also preserving the size of the existing gymnasium, for instance. And of course, it gives you a like new building feel at the end of the day. Next, please. And this, you're seeing some of the views here of that potential hypothetical outcome. Next. Just more views. Thanks.
Thanks, Rob. So that's really a preview of what's about to come very soon. In the next several weeks, we're going to start looking at these different options, and we're going to be looking for critical decisions to be made by the building committee to decide how this project or projects move forward. So again, just very early on, one of the things that we'll also do very soon is actually start to cost out each of the solutions that we're looking at. So we'll look at the known needs of each of the buildings. We'll have an independent estimator put a number on it for what it would cost to address those needs, what it would cost to renovate the building, bring it up to code, think accessibility code, structural code, fire protection systems, things like that. Same thing for the addition renovation. So the addition renovation goes a step beyond. So it incorporates some of those educational visioning programmatic needs. So it gives you a little more flexibility in your floor plan. So things like Rob talked about earlier with just modern learning style, a building that was built decades ago before tablets and laptops and cell phones might only have a couple outlets in a room. It's just not really the way education happens now. So the addition renovations will take it to the next level as far as meeting the education programming needs. And then, of course, new construction option. The benefit of the new construction is you might be able to build it somewhere else and have less impact to staff and students while the construction's ongoing. So that has to be weighted against the other options and the cost of each of those options. Very important part of this as well is maximizing the funding. So the state has established a base reimbursement rate of 63% for the district. But there are a number of bonuses that we could be eligible for. Those bonuses, actually, I think we just heard from the state a week ago that there's a path forward to as high as 83%, depending on what that final solution looks like. So the bonuses you can see there outlined in the far right. Health and safety is a relatively easy one. Any renovated or improved building is going to address the health and safety needs. Replacement depends on what the preferred solution is selected. Newer and fewer, something we're looking at as part of the educational visioning. We're looking at optimizing uses of space within the existing buildings. Educational enhancements, of course, should be a component of any project. Decreased overcrowding really depends on the preferred solution that's selected. And then increased utilization, again, depends on the preferred solution that's selected. So each of those options that we're going to review is going to qualify for different levels of incentives. And that's something that factors into not only the total project cost, but more importantly, what the district share of that total project cost is. So all that will be coming very soon. As important to understand as the reimbursement rate is that, as with most programs, not everything is eligible for reimbursement. They do have provisions within those that the RIDE program that opens up or might even close doors for opportunities for reimbursement. One interesting thing with RIDE, and one great thing for RIDE, is something like borrowing costs, and Danielle will talk about that more in a minute, are actually eligible for reimbursement if you use the RIH EBC program. So that is a potential huge swing in the district's favor. And again, all this will be factored into each of the solutions as we begin to develop those. Project budget, everything is really very standardized by the state. So they have a template. We take the information from the independent estimators and we plug it into the state's template. That goes into the submittal that goes to the state in a few months, and we'll talk about the schedule in a moment. But everything, again, is following the steps that the state has outlined for the district and for the project team. So on project schedule, very, very high level, and we'll go into the next level of detail in a second. May was the existing conditions evaluation. That's really wrapped up now, or wrapping up now. The traffic study, I think, has one more day. And then all the consultants, the engineers, are wrapping up their reports. And they'll get that information over to the architectural and project management and district teams very soon. Identification of the space needs and development of the program is something that is ongoing. There's the third and final visioning session scheduled for June 15th. That is open to the public. And then construction delivery methods. So that's construction manager at risk or a lump sum hard bid is something that would need to be determined before that submission goes into the state on September 15th, because that's a cost driver as well. Detailed design generally takes right around a year, and then construction starts right after that. Duration of construction depends on what the preferred solution is. So something like a renovation where you're jumping around the building, you're constrained in your moves by school vacations, might have a longer construction. Something that is separate might have a shorter construction, but that'll all be factored in to each of the scenarios and to the independent estimates. Jump over to the next slide, and I'll let Rob speak to the design work plan. It's actually quite a ways through that now.
So we produced this work plan a few weeks ago, and it feels like we've already gone through 1/4 of it at least. We took our stage 2 and we've broken it down into some phases. So the phase 1 period is what we're in right now. We're entering our phase 2 concurrently, it seems. But in phase one, it was really about establishing the scope of the work. You'll see we have the focus groups and the user meetings, that's visioning essentially, connection and engagement with the historic preservation concerns and body in Bristol. And you'll see also noted some site visits and facility condition assessment reports that were coming out of that from the site visits that we conducted earlier, and a traffic study, which is happening right now and is wrapping up. So it's we're gathering a lot of data right now to be able to present solutions that might be work for the district. You'll see also at the end of the historic preservation bar under phase one, the community forum, which PMA will help us to engage with the community and really start getting some positive engagement back and forth to determine where the community stands and to help them understand what we're actually doing. In phase two, we're essentially going through into the project itself and determining through what the zoning would be and what the school board wants to see. And well, that's really the design phase of the project, where we are looking at the site, looking at what goes on the site, and then drawing what goes on the site essentially. That also ends in a process of estimation where we get estimates for the proposed work. And this is all happening in conjunction with the school board, and it's going to happen. We'll have reviews at different intervals. Next slide, please. And then once we are approved, once that our solution is approved, then we move forward to what we call a support phase, which is will involve more community engagement. And we'll be there the whole time along with PMA to support whatever decision is made by the board and the committee. And then, hopefully once the vote happens, that blue star, and they say, yeah, go ahead, we want to do this, then we enter schematic design and we can start drawing your project and moving it forward to construction.
Are you able to take a question at this point specifically
Sure.
to the vote? Because I was unable to make the meeting due to a work conflict that the council had a few weeks back in regards to the referendum question. Is that what it was? And I'm curious, how is the referendum actually written? Because about 20 years ago, it was a $54 million bond posed and it was rejected. And then it got reworked to a $38 million bond.
Mhm.
And we had to be very careful, and we had to actually go pretty hard fighting for it to be equal in each town. So how is the wording now?
Majority.
So it's a
We
majority.
could deny it in Warren, but if it passes in Bristol by enough votes, it goes through. We've been clarified by the solicitor on that already.
But Anthony, is that how the language was when we first went through this
Correct.
20 years ago?
It's not, doesn't say that it has to be a majority, just a majority of the voters in the district has to be an equal against.
Didn't we get it? So it was the majority. Back then, we didn't. There it
There's
is.
going to be a presentation about it momentarily as well, so you'll have,
Oh,
hopefully
good.
it'll be answered.
Well, I just wanted to make sure because I wasn't here at that meeting. And since you got to the vote point, I figured it would be good for me to know. Thank you.
Can we go to the next slide, please?
That doesn't matter. Yeah, I can jump in.
Okay.
So very quickly, key dates. Honestly, the big date there for us is September 15th. That's the deadline to submit to the state. So if we're going to secure that funding, that's when we need to have this packaged up, everything submitted, cost estimates in the full report with all those stage 2 deliverables included. We are marching right along. We're on our way there. The local approval processes. So as you had said, your last meeting, we met with the school committee a couple times in the past month. The Joint Finance Committee has seen the same materials and they've endorsed their piece of it. That leads up to the referendum, of course, which is looking at November 7th of this year. The RIDE stage 2 approval follows that shortly thereafter. Should be in by December 19th. Hopefully we hear something prior to that date. And then the goal is to actually have the construction manager at risk on board in a pre-construction capacity by the end of the year. So that's the key dates there. Project communication, we'll buzz through this pretty fast. So project communication and outreach is very important to PMA, Perkins Eastman, and the district. So throughout this process, you'll see frequent updates on the project website. You'll see social media updates. We plan to have a presence at the upcoming summer concert series. So we really want to get out and make ourselves available for the community to ask any questions, whether it's about the project, the program, or the process. We're happy to meet with people and happy to explain and help everyone understand. During construction, that continues. So once we can go through these. So some of the outreach, again, summer concert series. So we'll plan to have a presence there. Feel free to approach us, ask any questions that you might have. We will place flyers where to find information. So we won't provide information, but we just want to make sure people know where to get the information they're looking for, if they are looking for it. Project communication, that social media presence. So as we get closer to that November referendum, that really will get ramped up as people are going to have lots of questions about what the impact is for them individually. So something that we've done on past projects with success is something like a tax impact calculator where you can actually plug in your assessed value and see what the impact is for your exact property. So again,
That's, I think what many of us are gonna ask about is, you know, that total number and the impact and how is that gonna be reflected on the referendum itself? I mean, it's gonna be asking for $200 million.
I believe it's worded up to.
No, I understand that. It's just that that's how it's going to be worded as opposed to this is the amount that you'll be borrowing.
correct, it'll be up to. It will be up to
Specific
200
number?
million.
Too.
It'll be up to, because the
So-
language will be already in motion.
So those will have to go by your tax impact based on the full amount.
Based on the full amount, yeah, and that's what, so Danielle will run through some of that information, but that's what the projections and numbers right now are based on as a full amount. The goal obviously is to have a number that's lower than that full amount while still addressing the programming needs. But right now, the process with the RIDE in order to lock in that funding requires that we build in a contingency to that amount and then try to dial it back as much as we can.
As we approach that date,
Mhm.
you'll have a more solid number.
As we approach November 7th, yeah, but the language for the referendum will have already gone through the motions. So the
Right, I'm
referendum
saying
itself.
the language, I say borrow up to 200.
Right.
But you will have.
Dialed in estimates.
You'll have a better idea of lockdown.
Yep.
I would imagine.
So
We
what's
will
80,
find a
what's
number.
83% of 200 million, $180 million?
Roughly, yeah,
So
a
the
little less.
reimbursement comes after the full borrowing?
So it comes, it's.
So will we be
Danielle can talk about
borrowing
this,
20
but it's
million
just good.
and the state gives us the 180 million? Or will we be borrowing 200 million and the state reimburses us 180 million?
We're getting ahead of ourselves.
Yeah, we're jumping into the
We're
next
actually getting to
presentation a
the
little bit.
part
but-
that's-
Yeah.
Yeah, no,
I'm gonna
I
start
get this.
listening
Yep.
now
That's
because,
that's the
this is
second
what-
phase. That's when. the
I think Danielle will have a
Let's
lot of
jump
the
to that.
answers to the questions
Yeah,
that are
I
coming
would
up.
say we should jump to
Let's
that.
jump to that.
Yeah.
Now, I have some
Thanks,
questions.
Sure you do. Let's
Mhm.
jump to that.
They're before that, though. They're about the whole construction thing. If we get into the numbers, let me just ask these questions first, because I think they're directed more to this group. So who exactly is on which group of body of people will make the ultimate decision as far as, do we want to do entire new construction? Do we want to do repairs? Do we want to do hybrid? Who is making that decision by this submission deadline and who's making that decision?
That would be the school building committee,
The school building.
school building.
And
committee,
they've met how many times?
They met 2 weeks ago and they have another meeting on Thursday. They're generally meeting every other week.
Okay.
Thursday mornings at 8:30.
Okay. And in discussion with our town manager, she had mentioned that at the initial meeting, there was a question posed to you about a funding program that East Providence had used that funded the HVAC system that you didn't know about or had not explored. Have you looked into that?
We did. So we actually had a call with RIDE to ask about that program. So the feedback from RIDE on that program was if we use the RIHBEC, I might have my acronyms messed up. They reimburse for your borrowing costs and your interest charges. So we can use that other program, but it would not be eligible for RIDE reimbursement on the cost of borrowing.
So it would not be to our advantage to explore that?
So we will look at it, but we would target it for select improvements that might otherwise not be eligible for reimbursement through the RIDE program. So if you have eligible scope that's eligible for reimbursement, you probably want to
Use that instead.
theirs. Yep.
Okay. And then, so because the entire state is vying for and is preparing for this on a really short timeline, which is very concerning, how quickly this is happening. I just can't get my head around why these things have to happen so quickly. So everybody has these same deadlines, correct?
Correct. The September
Every
15th is
school system in
statewide.
the state.
Yep.
So we all make our decision, we vote for it, we're like, yeah, we're moving forward. What is the competition for finding construction companies? And are there like top ones that are going to get sucked up by the best jobs and the top jobs? And then the smaller districts are going to be left with maybe lesser companies or contractors? Is there any risk that we might not get a construction firm that can meet the other deadlines? How does that all
Yep.
work?
So, great question. The way the construction contract will work when it first goes out, we don't have 100% design, so we're not in a lump sum locked bid number. They come on board in a pre-construction capacity. So they really come on board to support the design effort. And then the construction contract is built up over the process of the next year, and you eventually end up with something called a guaranteed maximum price contract. The buyout of different trades within that contract can be staggered. So we're always watching things like market timing. We're in direct communication with steel erectors, steel fabricators to understand what their schedule looks like to stay ahead of those challenges, but definitely a very real challenge in the market these days.
Yeah, because if you've got an entire state that's trying to do the same job.
Right.
All the way up and down, it's going to put us in competition with other communities. And how do we stand out and really get the best pricing and get the best firm?
Yep. Yeah, and I think we've had success in the past thinking outside the box. What are things that we can do to get ourselves out of sync with the other district schedule around us? So we want to understand what those other schedules look like, where the other big projects are, when they're going out for bid. The critical trades are things like mechanical, electrical, plumbing systems. We don't want to stack up our bid with another mechanical bid because there's limited contractors that might have the capacity to, or the interest to do a project of this size and scale. So definitely something we'll take into consideration the entire process, and we're always watching the market conditions to.
And finally, are you representing any other school district right now in Rhode Island?
Not in Rhode Island. Nope.
Okay.
Can you use contractors, construction companies from outside the state?
You can, yes.
Can I?
Yeah, they have to be registered with the state, or
Yeah.
if it's an MEP, they have to be licensed by the state. But yes, you can use outside contractors.
John, I just want
I'm a building official, that's why I know
to,
that.
so I think it would be helpful to, because some of the other council members that don't sit on the building committee may not understand what exactly the timeline is. Even though that seems like it's an accelerated timeline, maybe it would be helpful if you actually told the public when we would actually be putting a shovel in the ground, because it's many years down the road.
It is, yeah, very good point. So the stage 2 process only gets us to what we call schematic design. Detailed design happens after that, and that detailed design process is going to take the better part of a year. So if we're looking at local funding authorization November of this year, that's what starts the clock on the detailed design. Design team goes forward, engineers come on board. That whole process is going to take 12 months. Then it has to go out for bidding. The bidding process is another 2 to 3 months. So realistically, I would say you're looking at the very earliest of spring of 25 groundbreaking. If you're looking at things like foundations, not going to break
Because these
down.
Providence, they were some, I think, like 5-6 years out before everything was finalized. I think they started in 2016.
Yep.
And then they started their construction in 21. I think it was a 2-year project.
Yes, yep, that's part. From the time we come on board to the time that building is open is generally 5 to 7 years. So it's a
All
process.
right, guys, I'm gonna move ahead to the dollars now.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I'll see you Thursday.
Thank you.
Yep. Please come forward. And actually, Kerry, part of your thing, and I remember I clarified it at the JFC, is even though the building subcommittee will make the decisions, they have to come back to the JFC to expend any of those funds. So the JFC will have an overview on it as well, I believe.
the JFC will have an overview of the final dollar amount.
Of the amount,
Not-
not the design.
It
Right,
works out with, hybrid. or,
right, yeah, just the final
all
dollar.
new.
Yep.
Yeah.
And just to highlight, the school building committee is made up of a number of community members, not just the school. So it's the towns, both Bristol and Warren, a number of other members within the community that have been brought on to that as well.
How many folks on there? Do you know approximately?
There's
Well,
like
we-
16 of us. I
Yeah, there's a lot. So,
think there's like
Okay.
16.
Thank you.
so it's, the goal is to get community input in this and not just make decisions behind closed doors. So.
Okay.
All right, so this is the presentation done by PFM. So they did this analysis. So you can go to- So this is our existing debt right now for the district. So as you can see in fiscal year 2028, the debt that we are now holding will fall off, so we won't have it, and it won't be in our budget. So that makes way for when we will actually be projected to take on this new debt. So if you want to go to the next slide there. So this is the proposed school bonds if we were to receive 63% state reimbursement. Kind of small, but I'll pull up the actual number. So what this schedule shows that if we were able to receive it, we would receive, and this is again going out, if we were to go to $200 million bond, the goal is to not have to go out to bond for 200 million, obviously dependent on costs and other things that would flow into that issue, but the goal is to not. We obviously want to make it affordable for everyone. So the goal is not to go to 200 million. So here, if we were to get 63 reimbursement, it would cost us 1,444,000.
A year.
No, so in a year, if you can see on the right, so that would be the total cost, right? So the first few years, we would have to be issuing bans because the housing aid does not. So they do offer us PAYGO funding, and that in the amount of 26 million for this. So then, and that amount is always, so we can use that to offset costs. And then we'd also be given bans for the first few years because housing aid is not reimbursed until the project is finished or mostly completed. So that's why you can see that reimbursement starting to hit in 2028. And that's where it will offset those costs. So the biggest burden will fall in the first few years. And then as those costs are offset by the state housing aid, you can see it's astronomical. If you want to move to
So what
the
exactly is the 1 point?
144 million, sorry.
What is that?
So that's the cost. It would, in total, over a 30-year bond, it would cost us to go out for this project, which would
That's
be,
the interest.
nope, that's the total cost of the project. Interest, everything.
So a $200 million project is gonna cost us $1 million.
Well, you also have to factor in interest. So interest on a $200 million bond would be 147 million right now. So considering that you would
What's the
go,
1.4 million dollar? What?
144 million is the cost that it,
Yeah.
sorry, 144 million.
1.4 million.
It's actually on the bottom of that.
Well, yeah.
Yes, sorry, it's a
Couldn't
little
understand.
small on here, but the 144 million is the total cost that it would be over the span of this bond for this project for the entire year. So if you can see on the right, you'll see it spans from how much it would cost to be 1 million to 3. And then on the 78% reimbursement, we would only be costing 100 million would be the total cost for this $200 million bond. You have to factor in interest over the span of the life. And because we are going with the Rhode Island Health and Education Building Corp, they actually reimburse us on interest. So that's why we have to go through the housing aid program rather than RIPEC, because RIPEC will not reimburse us on the interest. So if we, for instance, want to do projects outside of this later on or that don't get put into that bond, we can definitely use that program to offset costs. But this is more advantageous for the reimbursement. If we were to receive 80% right now, 80.5, which kind of looks good, it would only cost 93 million for thinking about a $200 million bond that you're going out for, not including interest costs. So it's a huge savings that would cost taxpayers that probably wouldn't be able if this program wasn't around right now with offering these amounts of
And that
reimbursement.
maximum reimbursement depends on design.
It does, yes, but we would be working to make sure that our designs meet most of those housing aid reimbursements.
Design and other incentives.
That's right.
Yes, these are incentives that were offered that get us to that
That's
mark.
how we Get to that.
Yes, yeah. So Bristol Warren's base is 63%, but we can get up to, I think it's 80, what was it, 85? 83 right now. So they're really trying to push for this. So that's why we're also moving on this as soon as we are as well. And then the last slide is the tax rate impact study. So this was done on your FY 23 net assessed values and your FY 23 tax rates. So this would be if we were to go up for a $200 million bond and we would split it by Bristol and Warren based on your debt share of the project. So our max annual net debt service, so that would be the max amount you'd pay in one fiscal year, right? So that wouldn't be tomorrow or next year, that would be years down the line. So that would be the increase you have to do to hit that cost. But again, this is based on FY 23 tax rates and net assessed values, and you're looking at probably hitting this in FY 28. So you'd have time to increase as well, and your base might increase of your values.
And when all of this is proposed to the residents of Bristol and Warren,
Yes.
what is the alternative cost if the voters reject this? Because when you're putting, and I don't know if you're the right person, but unfortunately, I'll put it on the record. Maybe you can't answer, but at least my question will be out there. So we had a $54 million bond, was rejected, came back for a $38 million. That was then implemented. What is the scenario? I guess everybody, what is the potential scenario if this doesn't happen? Not only would it be a higher cost to the taxpayer because of the reimbursement, but is there any thought put into that yet?
If the bond doesn't pass,
Correct.
So that would really be it's the repair scenario, right? So
I don't know.
something like a renovated or a new construction school, generally is going to have a useful life, 50, 75 years, maybe longer. The repair scenario, so the repairs that we saw, those 134 individual projects are all items that need to happen in the next 10 years. If we look out further to the next 50 years, the minimum life of that new building, the full repair costs will really hit. So that actually went to the estimators today to give us the full repair. Now that we have some of the existing
And the
condition
cost
studies.
associated with that would be.
I don't have the number yet.
Yes.
We're hoping to have it for the building committee on Thursday, but with the estimators right now. So the third party independent estimate is going to put a number on that.
Was your question, what's gonna happen if the bond gets shut down?
Somewhat, because when you look at a presentation to the public and we're trying to say that this needs to happen for safety, and people look at a $500 tax increase and they say, okay, they're safe enough, because I can't afford this, it gets rejected, then what? I guess is what I'm trying to think, because if I'm gonna be in support of this, I need to understand if the plan B is viable, because ultimately I've sat through this and it gets really disheartening and frustrating, and a lot of people can vote against it and it happens anyway. So I'm just wondering what that scenario would be financially, and I guess it's too early, you're saying, for that answer.
So we don't have the numbers. Unfortunately, the scenario, if that happens, is it's back to the drawing board for the districts. The opportunity with the RIDE program will likely have passed by at that point.
Well, what I
So we know what the costs
recommend
are.
from past history is getting that number as quickly as possible, because there are a lot of fence sitters who may look at the reality that the school system is going to have a cash inflow. It's going to happen. So somebody may vote against it, or somebody may say, you know what, we get 63%, it's better than the 100% of nothing if we have to, the reimbursement of nothing if we reject this. So I think that would be a real important part, but you're working on it.
For sure. Yep. Yeah, we call that the cost of doing nothing with the estimators now. Hopefully we have some cost data preliminary, the super concept level from the estimating teams on Thursday morning for the building.
Because our district's been through this 20 years ago. And they voted against.
Understood. Yep.
And they then brought back another number.
A lower number,
So
right?
let's,
We understand.
Any other,
I didn't mean to, did I cut you off? Sorry.
any other questions? Kerry? Brant?
No, I obviously it's, the closer we can get to that number, the real number is better, because again, these numbers are pretty scary, the 200 rate level. And so to make it more palatable, getting a more realistic number would be helpful, and keeping that number down, because I think that was a consensus at the JFC meeting that I attended, that we don't go to 200. We could, but we don't go there. I think that was the
Correct,
consensus
yes.
of the group. So
That
We
would
heard
be-
that message loud and clear, so that's definitely our goal. At schematic design, so, and our goal is not just this November, it's through the design process, so each design milestone. What we do is something called the scoping exercise with the committee, so they understand exactly what scope is in there and what's driving their project costs. So the opportunities for cost savings are not over now or in November, but they continue on for the following year as we get in that detailed design and really the nuts and bolts of the building.
Understood.
Any questions?
No, I'm good.
All right, yeah, and like I said at the JFC, because I'm looking at the worst case scenario. And worst case scenario, would if the whole 200 million is spent and we only get 63% back, my taxes are going up by $836 a year. That's a big chunk.
Well, I would like to point out though, that would be over time though. It wouldn't be like tomorrow, because again, these are based on FY 23 tax rates, FY 23 net assessed values, and we wouldn't be hitting that increase until FY 28.
Okay.
So that's where your max debt service, and that's where these numbers were pulled from.
Well, I think that would be important for the public to know that, you know,
Yes.
so to have a realistic idea, because they're looking at that number and it's pretty scary, so we can extrapolate that out.
Yes, definitely. And as we get closer, this was just the initial presentation that was done off a $200 million bond. But as we get closer and we work through those numbers, we can definitely get a more accurate reflection in cost analysis as we go out and the tax rate impact for years to come. So.
Great.
I have a question for Ms. Piper. Ms. Piper,
Sorry.
I have a question for you.
Yes.
How has the community, the school, how have both towns met on this issue in Bristol? What are you feeling? What are you hearing? What's the size of the crowd then?
Well, so far, we've had 2 visioning sessions and the turnout wasn't great. Councillor Cronin was there. But according to these gentlemen who do this for a living, that's sort of to be expected at the very beginning and then momentum builds. I, myself, and the vice chair of the school committee and the superintendent have also been doing tours of the PTOs. Again, just to try and get community engagement, community involvement. It's difficult because we don't have anything to show them yet. So right now I've been going to PTOs and I've been saying, have your radar up, you know, be on the lookout, be engaged, look in the paper. Ethan Hartley has been great about giving this coverage in the paper. He reached out again today for an update. So for us, we're just asking the community to, again, be aware that this is happening and have their radar up. That's what I was distracted because we were talking about the need to get all of this online, to have a website that it gives all of these presentations, all of this financial impact information as quickly as possible. And then I would love to see some kind of newsletter, you know, an email newsletter that people could subscribe to that gives them updates. We are also going to have PMA at our school committee meetings once a month, giving updates. The building committee meetings are open to the public. And we will be having community events ramping up more and more through the summer and then even more so in September. But we're also open to any ideas as to how to increase community engagement. We're all committed to this all summer, to being around, to inform, to engage, to answer questions as much as people want. It's a big decision.
It is, and again, the biggest impact is how we feed the message to the public in regards to how bad the building is. Because it kind of goes, if it's so bad, then we need a new one, but if it's not so bad and we vote against it and it is bad, how do we pay for it?
Correct. And we are going to have some community walkthroughs of the building, specifically of the high school. The first project management firm who did the needs assessment, they did a survey of all of the staff and teachers across the whole district of all 6 schools, and around 87%, I think, was the number of those teachers and staff named the high school as the #1 priority. So the human instinct to think about the place you're in was even overridden by.
Environmentally, it's a wet building.
Correct.
And I haven't spent much time there, but when I have gone through, there are some days like today, for example, where you have that change in air temperature and you're kind of skating around on a wet floor.
Correct. But we're going to have community walkthroughs of those buildings as well. So all of that, as I say, will be ramping up very much this summer and even more so into September.
Good luck.
Thank you. And any suggestions as to how we can engage with the community? Chad mentioned the concerts in Bristol, but if there's any event that anyone suggests in
I
Warren,
recommend door to door.
Mhm.
get a canvassing effort, and unfortunately, you're gonna be, the majority of the people you'll be dealing with don't have children in the school system. So it's a very difficult dose of medicine that you're gonna have to go out there and administer with a lot of honey, because the majority of the people do not have children.
For sure. I have spoken to some retirees in our town and in Bristol in different sort of small gatherings in people's homes. And so far, the feedback has been understanding, even from our retirees, that they understand that our kids need safe, warm, dry buildings for now and for the next 50, 100 years. So I think the understanding of the need is there. It's just what's palatable, obviously.
All right,
Again,
thank you.
good luck.
Thank you.
Thank you all for your input. Remember,
Thank you.
prudent, be very, very prudent. Thanks.
Thank you.
Okay. All right, next on the agenda, we're moving on to the interviews. We have the Conservation Commission. We have one open position. We have no one applying for it. The Economic Development Board, we have 2 alternate positions available. We have one applicant, Ann Margarita Cabrera. Is Ann Margarita here? Okay.
You gonna be here, consigliere? Okay.
Come on down, please.
Good evening. I had an opportunity to speak with Ms. Cabrera this evening. She seemed very engaged in town. She's from Bristol originally, but she found herself coming more and more to Warren's downtown area because of our economic development, our great economic development. And she wanted to, now that she lives in Warren, she wanted to help contribute to that. She said that she's available to attend meetings and that she's very interested in the position.
Yeah, she's got an impressive application here. Any questions from the members of the council?
Well, her effort was to be here, and that being said, I
Right.
don't take it as.
No, she was
someone
here,
who
yeah.
didn't attend. I make a motion to approve, and if it works out,
We have a motion
Second.
and we have a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Okay,
Thank you,
thank you. Next, we have the planning board, one alternate position available, and we have Terry Della Paz, 25 Long Lane, and I believe she's not gonna be able to make it this month. She asked for one more month. Seeing how we have no other applicants, can we continue this for till next month?
Motion to continue.
We have a second?
I'll even go as far as to make a motion to approve. She can go to next month's meeting if she likes it. She can
Well,
stay. If we don't have any.
No.
applicants-
I wouldn't agree with that.
All right, we
Okay.
don't have any applicants.
We have a
vacancies.
motion to continue. Do we have a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Okay, next we have Voluntary Historic District Committee. We have one alternate position available. We have one applicant, Margaret Back, 1 Cherry Street, Apartment 2. Is Margaret here?
Hi.
Hello.
Hello.
That used to be my grandmother's house.
Oh, really?
Yeah, I did all the siding and all the windows on that house. Yeah, small world, huh?
Small world.
Okay, let's get to you. Give us a little background on yourself and what you're looking to do on the Historic District Committee.
Sure. Yeah, I work professionally in historic preservation. I've been living in New England for the last 4 years. I've been a project manager in the Boston area as well as in Connecticut and Rhode Island, working with contractors, hiring them from things as large as roofs projects to siding and window repairs, primarily on historic museum properties and farm properties. And for the last year, I've been working in Newport, Rhode Island, also as a project manager. And I also administer the Keeping History Above Water conference series, which is a traveling series that looks at the effects of climate change, specifically sea level rise on historic resources. And I've lived in Warren for about a year now. I've loved the town. I've really just enjoyed walking around town, getting to know it better. I've always been impressed by the pride I see from residents and from commercial units as well, using oftentimes historic buildings, contributing to that great economic benefit here in the town. I also think that the voluntary tax credit program is a really great carrot that is provided here by the town. I wish growing up outside of Philadelphia, we'd had a program like that. I think we would have seen a lot more investment in some of our resources too. So I think I'd love to continue working to incentivize that program. I think more people should be taking advantage of it, frankly. And then finally, I'm also really interested professionally, but also personally in climate change and resiliency for buildings. I'd love to see more kind of overlap between what the town's been working on in terms of protecting buildings in the flood zone with cultural resource protection of buildings and resources in the flood zone as well. So I'd love to see how the committee could do more action on that.
Motion approved.
Great.
Second,
A question first. You are eminently qualified for this. Your resume and your presentation is really impressive. And so you will do very well on this, but I wonder, why won't you apply for the planning board? That's been open longer and I'd be very, I would sleep at night knowing that we poached you from the voluntary district committee.
I feel like I'm not trained as a planner. I'm trained as a preservationist.
None
I
of
know
the
there's a
other
lot of
members are
overlap,
either.
but, well, let me try to get my feet wet. Really maybe first in this and
Okay. Question?
No, I just, it's rare to get somebody who fits the bill like you do here, I think. Thank you for applying and volunteering. I second the motion.
I think we already have a motion in a second.
Okay.
All
well
in
then,
favor?
Aye.
You know how many times I painted that white railing up on your roof?
I
Probably at least,
tell my landlord.
probably
this
at
now.
least
He's up
5
there.
times.
Well, thank you for the opportunity.
Thanks.
Okay, next we have Warren Rec Board. We have one position available. We have no applicants. To everybody out there in TV land, we do have numerous positions open. Please come forward, volunteer your time. We can't do it all alone. We need help from the outside. So if you've got a specialty or you've got some spare time, please come down and sign up for one of our boards. Okay, moving along, we have reappointment. This first one, I'm going to turn over to Vice President Kalenda because I do have a conflict of interest.
it's just, yeah, so we have two applicants that are for reappointment, Julie Coelho and Douglas Jablonski. They both put in notices saying that they wanted to be reappointed.
Motion to approve.
Is there a second?
second,
All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? The ayes have it. Thank you.
Okay,
It's all yours.
thank you, Steve. Okay, next we have the acceptance of minutes. First, we have the May 19th, 2023 regularly scheduled town council meeting. We have a motion to approve. Do we have a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Okay, next we have the May 15th, the final budget hearing minutes. Do we have a motion to approve?
So moved.
second,
Second, all in favor? Aye.
I wasn't in attendance.
Me neither. Yep, so.
And last, we have the May 30th, 2023 special town council meeting.
So I motion to approve.
We have a motion
I'll second.
and all in favor?
Aye.
I wasn't in attendance.
Okay. Moving along, we are up to 01, chapter 9, garbage, trash and refuse, everybody's favorite topic. Kate, do you want to handle this or do you want to have Brian come up?
Oh, we have to have Brian.
Yes, I believe the DPW Director Brian Wheeler can best address this.
Please
topic.
come forward, state your name.
Brian Wheeler, DPW Director. I don't have the paper in front of me. Just came from work. The other one.
You want one?
Yes, basically what we're looking for is it's changing the days of the bulk item pickups, correct?
Correct, to Thursdays, and then I believe we changed some wording
Yep,
in
and,
there.
and this is just to make it so the fees can be adjusted without having to come back to the council every year, correct?
Correct.
Or it says, fees will be determined prior to each new fiscal year or when needed by recommendation from DPW director and approved by the council. So we would in fact
This is just,
approve
We,
changes.
we would submit the
Right.
typical fee schedule every year.
Right, I
Okay.
think that's
And then if we
right.
needed to make a change, then correct, we would be able to come back.
Okay, and when will we have those fees?
As soon as we get to one of the other
It's on the agenda.
Is that
steps.
on-
Yeah, we've got.
We're waiting on one
Yeah, we've
last
got
item.
another down further, because it's not an ordinance. It's just a presentation.
Oh,
Well, it's One of the presentations, but it's not,
That's not the sticker.
it's
piece.
not in the order of
It's part
business.
of-
Yeah, it falls under
That's part of the
residential.
We approved everything but the sticker at this. point.
Okay,
Yeah,
Okay,
yeah, that's discussion in action.
And the greenways. We asked for that number last month.
You're talking about the.
Yes. No,
Last month I asked you. to-
yeah, there's a,
To provide the number associated with the reason for your production. I wanted to know what the cost was. Because even though we're trying to reimburse, I have lots of calls, and all of them are complaints in regards to, I pay taxes, I want to be able to dispose the green waste.
we were putting that to zero. What,
Correct, and I
to
asked
free.
you-
Drop off.
There was a question last month that you were to come back to me, us, with a cost associated with it, because you had a recommendation on reducing that number, and yet we didn't have the dollar figure.
What did you, I think you were gonna go to 0 for drop off, correct?
And just 10 bags curbside, but we
10
weren't
bags
charging.
curbside.
right.
We were not gonna
Right.
charge for waste, for
Right.
yard waste.
But I asked for a number associated with that, so I could understand why you were making the change.
Trying to remember. exactly
Remember
what
the,
you said.
do we have the minutes from last month? It's right
Yeah,
here.
we just approved. it.
I know, and I thought I read it, and
I know I did.
you know
I
what,
just don't have it
you're
on.
further on. I'll look up here until we get to that agenda item and, because I remember I asked for a financial cost associated with one of the requests you were bringing forward. Maybe it was the reduction in the amount people were gonna be able to bring.
Right, which should have been provided already. In a
You'll
memo.
find that in your packet.
Yeah, but I did see it. I thought I did. Okay.
Okay,
thank
all
you.
right, so that's on the, we'll get that to the next,
Thank
when
you.
we get to the next one. All right,
Just
so
give you, as much preparation as I can to freak out.
getting back to the item that's on the table now. Do we have, this is the second reading. Does anybody have any changes? Are we comfortable with the way it's been,
On that one,
corrected?
yes, I'm good.
Any other questions on it?
No,
Can we have a motion?
Motion to approve.
Motion to approve 01 for garbage, trash and refuse. Do we have a second?
Second.
All in favor?
I,
Aye. Okay.
Thanks, Brian.
Thank you.
Okay, next we have petitions. P1. Request for permission to waive application fees for a sign variance. This is from the Land Conservation Trust. And this is Ms. Flanagan. Hello.
Hey, Jenny.
Hi,
Good
good
to see
evening. Jenny Flanagan, 46 Washington Street. I'm the treasurer and vice president of the Warren Lands Conservation Trust. We are putting up a second sign over at Somes Meadow Preserve. It's identical to the first one we have up, but it's on the southern field. This is across from, just south of the driving range on Market Street, across from East Bay Collaborative. The sign that we have existing is on to the north of the house that we don't own anymore. And this sign that we're proposing is going to go to the south. It exceeds the
Square footage.
requirement, so we need a variance. The variance fee is high for a nonprofit organization with an annual budget of less than $50,000 a year and all the other stuff. So we are requesting a waiver for that variance application. And then we will be putting in 2 other signs this year, one at Jacobs Point, just off the bike path, and a second one out at Tweesit Landing. Both of those will be interpretive signs with information about those preserves, rules for, dawn to dusk, Tweesit Landing, only 2 parking spaces, be respectful, items like that, history of the area where the trail is out at Jacobs Point, things like that. And we ask for a waiver for those signs.
Now, are we looking for a waiver for the zoning board application? How about the building permit?
Well, and we're asking for
Yeah,
waivers
we
for.
can't waive the state fee. You'll have to pay $1 per thousand. In other words, say if we can waive the town fee,
Okay,
but we can't waive the state fee. There's $1, actually, it's $2 per thousand now that the state charges. So say the sign is $1,000. If we do waive those, you'll still have to pay $2.
and if the sign is less than $1,000,
Then you'd have to pay $1.
okay.
Motion to approve.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any other questions?
that's a motion to waive the application fees and the permit fees for all the signs. Okay.
Is that for the zoning board and the building permit sign?
Yes.
Yes, okay.
Everything
Yep.
should be requested.
Yep. Okay, we have a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Good luck.
Thank you
See
very
you,
much.
Jim.
Appreciate
Thank
it.
you, work.
Great job.
Great.
Okay, next we have P2. This is request for a holiday sales license. This is from Ron Lauro and it's for patriotic displays and it's 428 Child Street. Is Mr. Lauro here? Please come forward. Good, how are you? You did this last year too, right?
No, I have.
No?
I've owned the building 420 Child Street just for about 2 years.
Okay.
Before that, someone else who had owned it had done it.
All right, yeah, because I remember something being there
Yeah,
before. Yep.
they did it for a few years.
At the same location.
Where on,
Yes, sir.
Some-
Yes, sir.
second.
Yes.
so this is like across from Dudex?
Yes, where the
Yeah.
old little
Convenience
convenience store
store.
was next to my
Okay,
building.
Yep.
Next to Chomp.
Mhm. So
Questions from the council?
you'll have to meet with the fire chief to make, all the safety standards and all. I have no objection.
Motion to approve.
We have a motion,
Contingent on all.
contingent
Yeah.
on,
Yes. sir.
All of the approvals that are not
Department
checked
head,
off
yep.
so far.
do we have a second?
Second.
Second, all in favor? Aye. Good luck.
Thank you very much.
Yeah.
Appreciate it.
Okay, next we have a request to install 10 new pole signs on the side of Twisted
No,
Road.
new poles.
10 new poles on the side of Twisted Road. This is from Rhode Island Energy. Basically, Kate, you want to give us a quick rundown? I believe this is, they want to move the poles closer to the road because they are having issues trying to trim around the wires because the other poles are on private property and they are being denied access to trim the wires around the poles. Did I get it kind of right?
Yes, this has been an issue for a number of years. The property owner has declined Narragansett Electric's request to trim the trees, and they're very concerned about the service of electricity. So what they're proposing to do is to install new poles on Twisted Road, and the existing poles would actually remain in place. They would just move the service to the new poles.
Any questions from the council,
Who's responsible for the old poles that'll stay in place?
the property owners?
The property owners, it's on private property and there's no easement, and I believe telecommunications would remain on those poles. The telecommunication wires are the lower wires, and I don't believe there's any proposal to move those wires to the new poles.
So, Mr. DeSisto, this falls out of
Not-
anything
not-
having to do with us at all, right?
Not the town's responsibility.
Motion approved.
I would
Second.
ask for one condition. unless-
Hang on 1 second. We have a motion. We have a second. Now we'll have
Discussion.
Chief, please come forward so the people at home can see you.
I've not, Chief Souza, I have not seen the actual plan, so maybe it includes this already. But I asked one condition to be put on that existing poles on Twisted Road that have the streetlights be removed and the streetlights be added to the new poles.
Okay. Would just like to amend their motion to include that? We grant it as long as these streetlights get moved with the poles?
Whose responsibility is that? Those are our lights.
No, I don't think those are they?
Yeah, we own them. all.
Yeah.
Yes, they are our lights, but I do believe it's reasonable to ask National Grid to move the lights to the new poles if we're granting
Well, I
permission.
changed my motion and I would say they get our permission to move the poles if they take the lights with them.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye,
So that's an installation of the lights in my motion.
correct. Okay, next we have a request to use the Warrentown Beach on Sunday mornings from July 2nd to September 2nd for free yoga instruction. Is Jeffrey Brown here?
He's
No,
not.
he's not.
He's
But
not. This is a repeat from the
we
last,
do this
it's
last
from last
Yep.
summer.
Yeah.
Yes.
Everything
And
went
he had-
fine last year?
What's that?
Went fine last
It
year?
went fine last year and he was not able to make it, so I told him I would speak on his behalf.
Okay,
Everyone is welcome.
Everyone is welcome. It's free to the public. And it's before like parking starts and the beach traffic.
And
so-
did we, I don't remember, did we require an insurance?
He does have
binder?
insurance also.
Motion
Yep.
approved.
we have a motion and a second. All in favor? Aye. Okay, P5, request for a Class F1 beverage license from Imagio Gallery. Is Linda
Walking
Megathlin here? McAlpin, sorry about that.
Yeah, we're requesting a Class F1 beverage license for a fundraiser
we hope to have on August 5th at the gallery.
Okay.
It will be a pretty small event. We're only hoping to sell about 75 tickets. We'll have live music, salsa dancing, spritzers, that sort of thing. It's part of the fundraising effort we're trying to put in place this year. We've been in business for about 20 years here in Warren, and to sustain ourselves for the future, we really need to raise some funds so we can hire people to help us keep going. Because some of us have been involved for 20 years and we won't be here forever. So,
I know the feeling. Motion to
Yeah.
approve.
Motion, can we put pending police, fire and
Contingent on
and
all approvals.
clerk's approval? Yeah, you're gonna show the tips and all of that stuff, right?
Yeah,
That's all
tips
handled by the clerk.
approved.
Okay,
Yep.
motion to approve once you satisfy the 3 people.
okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Good luck.
Thank you.
Okay, next we have, oh, next page.
Oh, yeah, how do we vote?
Oh, yeah, all in favor?
Aye.
Request from the rec board to amend ordinance chapter 13 offenses and miscellaneous provisions. Basically, this is regarding the alcoholic beverages in public place, alcoholic beverages and marijuana in public places. Give us a quick rundown on what
So
this is.
I'm actually gonna have Derek speak because he is the representative from the rec board.
Okay. Please give us a rundown on what you're looking to do with this.
Well, good evening. Several months ago, we were asked to consider revisions to Warrentown ordinances that related to parks and recreation and related issues. So we took a look and we made some changes to some proposed revisions. We voted them out favorably several months ago, and we're getting them to you now for approval.
Okay, I see that there's one in here that's gonna, Anthony, have you had a chance to look at
I
this?
have, yes.
Any conflict with state law?
The only thing I'm concerned about is section 21-28 .11-16B. And that's the Cannabis Control Act. That allows towns to regulate the use of cannabis in public places, doesn't say private. So I have a concern as to whether or not, because what this ordinance does is, this proposed ordinance would do is it would ban not just the sale of these products to persons under 21 years of age, cannabis, tobacco, and alcohol, but it would also ban possession of the products, not only in public areas, but also private areas too. So I don't know if this statute allows for the town to regulate possession of cannabis in private space. We had a discussion on this when the ordinance was initially passed. The next question I have is whether or not this impacts. We talked about the recreational use of cannabis, and it's something I'm sorry I don't know, but there is still the medical marijuana component, and I don't know if prescription or if somebody's a card holder, under 21 years of age between 18 and 21, if that would apply here. I don't know. I need to research that. That's the first thing. The second thing is under the Tobacco Act, essentially section 11-9-13 through 13.20, that bans the sale of tobacco products under 21 years of age. The statute's silent on what this ordinance proposes, but if you recall, we did have the discussion on it at the time. It's a policy consideration. I think it's something that you can consider under state law as the tobacco.
And vaping
alcohol.
products?
Alcohol follows in the same fashion. There are statutes in the general laws that relate to the possession of alcohol, and of course, the one here in the town about possession by minors. One of the things that this ordinance does do is, rather than using the term minor, because there can be some confusion with that term, has changed it to 21 years of age. That mimics state law. So the bottom line is, great work by the rec board. But before this goes to a first reading, I'd recommend that you refer it to the solicitor's office. We'll work with Derek and the rest of the rec board just to make sure that this complies with the state law provisions.
Okay, and I do remember the whole public-private debate when we first, when we adopted the marijuana law, we mirrored the alcohol law, and we couldn't do it. I mean, we couldn't do it on private. Well, it was proposed to be private property, but A, we weren't in favor of it, and B, it was almost impossible to enforce.
Correct. There are some issues, there are some constitutional issues there. I know the rec board feels that town has the ability to do that. There are some questions. Great effort, great for public health. We just need to make sure that we don't get hit with a lawsuit after.
Okay.
What are, good work on that one, but what are these other parts that are in blue over here? About the swimming and all of that.
So all of these, everything in black is the existing language.
Correct.
Red is language that's been stricken from the ordinance, and blue is language that has been added by our proposal. That's how they do it at the State House. So I decided to copy that format to make it easier.
You are proposing a swimming change.
Yes, on, which one is that one? 1310.
Yeah, it was just
No.
the time that the defining the
13.
time instead of by clock, by sunset and sunrise.
Yes, sir.
All right, so does this ultimately come to us on a final decision?
Absolutely, because it's amending the ordinances and there's some explanations in there. Section 13-10 deals with sleeping in public places. The concern is what happens if somebody takes a nap in the afternoon in a public park. That's question number one. Question number two, with the swimming, instead of a hard time goes by an hour before dawn and an hour after sunset.
Right, but my question is, I think this is great for the board to make a discussion and their recommendations, but this is coming to us.
Absolutely.
Right.
Because I think if you want to take a nap in town, it shouldn't be against the law.
It's not.
We
It's
agree.
described here as not being against the law. It makes a provision that says if you're taking a nap, you're not in violation. Like if I've got my towel set out at the beach or at the park and I fall asleep reading my book, I'm not going to get arrested.
When are we having this discussion? It's not tonight, correct?
No, we're referring this to the solicitor.
These other ordinances, I'd like to have it all grouped together, but the first part of it is very wide ranging, and I do think it's appropriate to make sure.
And are you gonna coordinate these recommendations with our previous request to look at or is this part of the ordinances that have been in place since 1967? When we had the issue at Daniels Park, it was very difficult for the police to enforce, and there was assault and lots of things kind of went on after that. Remember,
Yes,
okay.
the answer is yes.
Okay, so we need a motion to refer this to solicitor before first reading.
I have a question about the first one in regard to
Thank you.
tobacco and vape products. So if it's illegal for persons under the age of 21 to possess them, what happens if they're purchasing them illegally within the community? How are we addressing that? I know it's against the law to sell to persons under 21.
That's state law.
It's state law.
Comes from state law.
They'd be in
Correct.
violation of possession of a
So
state
wh-
controls.
what is the penalty for that?
misdemeanor.
Actually, it's.
It's a petty
One
misdemeanor,
dash eight,
yeah.
it's even.
To the sell,
Possess.
no, for if you find a person under 21 who's in possession and they're like, well, I just bought it at the vape shop right up on Main Street. What's the next step?
That's under the criminal statutes. That's misdemeanor.
State law as well.
Hmm.
Yeah.
Yes.
So
Okay,
is there follow through there? Do we just?
Our lovely police department would definitely follow
Yeah.
up, and I know that they run sting operations for purchasing of tobacco products and alcohol products.
I don't think we should be trying to.
Yeah.
Not circumvent, but. I mean, we already have a state law. Why do we need a town ordinance?
This goes beyond the state law.
No, I know that, but I mean, she said, Kerry was asking,
I'm
if there's
just
something
asking-
else we could do to those person that sell it, and probably not, because the state would dominate what we say, so.
Well, actually, there's a preemption issue there, and
Yeah.
the state has taken over that. That's
Yeah.
The laws that apply here apply for the state, so.
Yeah.
It's not something that we could legislate. This goes beyond that.
Right.
And I'm just curious. I'm not
Yeah.
suggesting that we try to make further. I'm just asking. There is
Okay.
a connection here. So
Okay, can we have a motion to move this to the solicitor?
I make a motion that we refer what's proposed by the Warren Parks and Rec Board to the solicitor for final approval before we go to first reading.
We have a second.
Yeah, one quick discussion. I'll second it with this. But Mr. DeSisto, my concern about the sleeping is the way that this language is, because I don't necessarily agree with what Ms. Cronin said, because what's this under here in regards to the comment? We would like to ensure that this ordinance. So what are we leaving this up to a police officer to figure out if somebody's taking a lawful nap or an unlawful nap?
If I could jump in. So what the current ordinance says is that it shall be a misdemeanor for any person to sleep in any public area of the town, except those places which provide sleeping accommodation for transient visitors. So currently, it's not legal to take a nap in the park.
Correct.
This change wouldn't make it legal to do that. So it wouldn't be affecting that. It just takes away those places that provide sleeping accommodations for transient visitors, because we don't have any of those in the town. So it's kind of.
But you're still saying that it would be a misdemeanor.
Right, so we can go further, but the point of this was not to totally change what the current law was.
All right,
They
I
were
guess
just
what
looking
I'm
for
trying to
this-
say is, I
yeah.
think it's legal and shouldn't be
Right.
even
No,
here
they're-
if somebody takes a nap in the town of
They're
Warren.
just trying to get rid of the wording that allowed transient residential places to do it. That's the only thing that
Correct, so
changed.
my recommendation, if they're still working on
Would be
this,
to
would
reword
say,
that
like
as
Ms.
well.
Cronin said, because I disagree, if you're at the beach, you fall asleep. Now, technically, it says, with a comment that you can have a comment, right? You can have a comment in an ordinance.
Well, no, I think what will happen is because of the comment there, I think what you need is some exception language and napping.
How about just you can fall asleep in the town of Warren?
I sent the comment in as a sort of question because there were three ordinances that we just had a few clarifications that we wanted from a more experienced legal mind.
I don't need to make,
No,
this will be coming back to us and we'll deal with it.
Okay.
But
So I mean, I didn't need you to be on the spot to give an explanation. You're doing good work on what you're doing. And
I happen to agree. I mean, I don't know if it's even necessary. I mean, we've never had issues with.
Chief, have we arrested anybody yet for napping at the beach? Okay. Come to, Joe, we got new signs. Come to Warren, take a nap.
Well, the sad reality is, if it's on the books and somebody is, it could actually be a legal process of,
Okay,
All kidding
so we
around
have,
aside.
that's what I mean. It's not a joke.
All kidding around the side, that this is a rudimentary form of the vagrancy law.
yes,
And there are other issues that are involved in that too. That's why we want to take a look at it, make sure that everything the town does is proper. This isn't this.
because next thing you know, you have
We're designed for people.
Ted's
that are
popping up.
sleeping, you know.
Correct. And that's why I bring up the bigger issue, because I think what may or may not have even had anything to do with this was the police response at the park. And when that all came before us in regards to what we could have done, you were dealing with these 1967 ordinances that kind of have some strengths and weaknesses in today's environment.
All right, so we have a motion and a second to move this to the solicitor. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye, okay. Next, we have correspondence. Is there anything that anyone would like to pull out?
I didn't see anything.
should we pull C7 and do a resolution in support of our school committee in support of the extension of the school construction deadline as outlined in the 2023 yada, yada, yada.
Sure, we can
I
do
don't think
that.
it would hurt.
Yeah, I
Really
mean,
help.
that would help us with this
Yeah.
whole.
All right.
It's already passed. Yeah, it.
Oh, it's already passed? Okay.
It's extended to June 30th of 2020.
Okay.
Never mind.
All right, so we're gonna move along to old business. Discussion and action regarding the residential sticker for the transfer station.
Wow.
Okay,
So this is the one that
Right.
we were talking about, coming back with numbers. So I provided all the numbers. To be fair, like I have no wants or needs in either direction. It's really whatever the council wants to do with the sticker weight. If you wanted to keep the 400 pounds, that's perfectly fine. It was just kind of already a process of zeroing it out. We were just sticking with it. So I kind of gave the numbers of what it would be over the next year if we keep the same weight and what it would cost basically the town to harness of that, it's about $30,000 that we would, about $13,000 that we would kind of.
Yeah, so with one part of it is I assume that we want to keep the 400 pounds.
Yes,
Okay.
So you're looking at a sticker for $50,
I mean, it's your responsibility.
but we'd be.
Yeah.
If we kept it at 20, your numbers are saying that we're
Losing
losing.
Next
But
year,
if we
yes.
raised it, it would cover the cost.
But this is where I want.
But at the cost of $13,000 a year, we're giving the residents,
Gentlemen.
No, I'm right with you. Yeah.
I
no,
mean, I think
yeah,
that's,
Yeah,
Gentlemen, if I could speak specifically to instead of like the three of us talking.
Yep.
So if I could. I don't look at this as we're losing or bringing up to, the people pay taxes.
Right.
The people who use the service want to go there. I feel that when you do the math and you look at how it's distributed out, if more people want to go, it'll cost us more money. If the amount of people go now, but the people who do this, I think are it's a cost to doing business living in the town of Warren that we should provide them. That's my position. I don't look at it as trying to
I'm with you.
create,
Yeah.
I don't want to raise it.
Yeah.
And the other thing is I would like to seriously look at and even change tonight. If people want to bring their grass weight, people have lawnmowers that the bags don't fit in. So I have people calling me that they're not gonna collect they bought this unit for like $4,000. They're cutting their lawn. Now they have to take it out of that blower system and put it into a bag and then bring it up there. So how can we deal with people who want to bring grass? It's just grass clippings. So I understand before we separated it because they were bringing stumps and all of that green waste. But if somebody just wants to bring grass clippings, can't we agree that like somebody dumping a barrel of grass, even if we give them a special permit, like to that person, so that we really control it? Because I've had maybe less than a dozen people, but they've made this investment on these machines. They cut their grass. What's your feedback on that?
Yeah, I mean, we can come up with something and work with it. I don't have a problem. It's really, if that's the direction the council wants to go with, we can make it work.
And I don't know if you
We can
guys-
come up with something that kind of identifies, members,
They could
residents. that
check
are-
in with Scott or, the attendant.
We
make
just don't
sure
want it
that
to
they-
be a free-for-all.
Right, make sure that they,
we don't want anybody abusing.
I'll speak specifically because he told me, it's on the record. Kenny Maderas has his lawnmower, he's got his bag, he's got his thing. Wants to go up there and just dump a pile of grass. And I think that we should be able to accommodate somebody like that who's not bringing stumps, not bringing it's grass. And he's not going to put it in a paper bag because he can't. It's already
But we
in.
have a lot of issues going on with the compost, meaning what we may be doing in the future, which I don't want to get into because it's not on the agenda. But there's a lot more to what's going on at the town yard because of the way we have the compost pile set up.
Correct. I mean, we have, everything is there. We have
Yeah.
the space.
And I'm with you. I mean, it's like, I think we should, as a community, come up with a plan where we can take this composting.
Yeah, and we
do
can
something.
easily make, that work. It's
And
whatever.
if somebody wants to take the compost material out, let them take it out.
It may not even be appropriate a discussion
Yeah.
tonight.
It's not.
The only reason I thought it may have been is because we were using the weight. I thought the green waste was getting attached to the 400 pounds. It still is.
It does.
It's not anymore.
Not anymore.
Correct. So
Yeah.
it's not anymore. So that's one thing that's separate. That's why I thought
So he can dump
Reveal
all
that-
this free compost there when he wants.
well, it has to be in a bag.
Okay.
So if we could figure out, without it being a council action, it could be administrative. Somebody can go up there with a bag, with a barrel of grass and prove that it's grass without hitting stumps and.
You want to ask the town manager and the DPW director to draft a policy regarding that and bring it back to us?
Well, it takes a whole nother month and they're cutting grass. I mean, I think that they should be able to, if we're gonna give them bags on the sidewalk and pay somebody to go pick it up, and somebody has the opportunity to cut the grass and bring it to the town yard, and it is just grass, and they're not a landscaper, what can we do?
Right, I think that's the reason that we need a policy is to make sure that we aren't getting commercial grade.
Because at some point, somebody's gonna try to abuse it.
I understand, but it's now a whole nother month.
Like, you know.
I kind of forgot that it wasn't, it was already separated, so I thought it was an issue we could deal with tonight, and it's not. So, all right, we'll deal with it next month.
And can we get back at the issue at hand, which is the cost of the sticker?
Correct.
Yeah. So we're gonna keep it.
Well, I want to discuss that. I think we should raise the price of the sticker to cover those costs. I mean, at what point do you say, you know, the town absorbs too much? I mean, is it 13,000? Is it 15,000? Is it, I don't know. To me, it's, you know, you're getting the privilege of dumping there. And, you know, why should a few get a benefit that many are paying for?
But it's not.
Well,
Everybody has the opportunity to buy the
Yes,
sticker.
correct.
This price
Well,
could
but
go
that-
up.
But it doesn't, you know, it's a percentage of people that use it. Small,
But there
small
were,
percentage.
I don't want to argue. I want to speak on the floor. So,
Hang on one second.
Well,
So.
right, 'cause what I'm saying is, you need to say what you're saying, and I'm gonna say what I'm gonna say. I'm not arguing.
Okay, so you're thinking that you want to raise the price of the stickers to cover the cost completely?
yes, I think that's what is being proposed here is that, you know, that we would raise the price to cover the cost, yeah, basically.
So,
Okay.
Hang on.
So that's my,
Joe, go ahead.
All right, so my position on this is I feel that it's a cost that everybody who lives in the town of Warren should buy a sticker. And the price should go up, and then everybody's taking advantage of it. I don't think anybody should be penalized other than the cost of with what it costs. You go to the dump, you buy it, you get 400 pounds. When you break down the math, they're spending their gas, their time, they're cleaning their yard. I don't look at it as somebody taking advantage of the system. I have no problem selling 10,000 tickets and dealing with the cost of the cost. So to me, this is a penalty. If we were to increase this, you're penalizing somebody from lightening the burden of the DPW to take trash to the town yard. That's how I look at it.
Now, were we at 600 pounds before, or were we at 400 last year as well?
400. This current year has been 400.
Currently it's
The
400.
year before this was 600.
Yeah, and the
It
sticker
was
price.
8,000.
When I
Put
started, it was
1,008.
a ton.
Yeah, I remember that, yeah. No, I agree with Councilman Di Pasquale. I think the $20 sticker price is fine. It's a little perk. It actually does. I think maybe it helps keep a little bit cleaner and a little bit less work on the
Exactly.
DPW. If somebody's got an old rotted fence in their yard, rather than crunch it up and throw it in the barrel, they're gonna throw it in their truck and bring it to the DPW. But
Well, the only thing I just wanted to bring up is that sticker is the same one that goes to the beach.
Correct,
So if we're gonna raise, we would be raising the beach sticker too.
correct. Or
So,
we'd have to come up with two different.
yeah,
We
and
already
that's
went
one of
through
the
this
things that we
before.
wanted to stay away from was having two separate stickers and so that one sticker covers both. That's just, I just wanted to make that point. Yeah. Just going by your little memo that you sent us, it looks like if we made it $50, that would cover the cost. Right?
For next year.
Yeah,
yes.
for next year.
But
But I do agree with my other councilman is that's just a cost of doing business.
I think it's semantics. I don't think the word
Yeah.
free should be there. You're paying $6,000 to live in the town of Warren. You're supporting
Right.
potentially a school system that you don't have children in. A fire department that your house doesn't burn down on. Supporting a police station that you may never get arrested. I think there's a lot of things in town. You start doing the math that you're not paying for and yet you live under the benefit of.
Yeah.
You know,
I think leaving the sticker at $20, my opinion, would be fine if we needed to revisit it. If these, I mean, I know our waste removal costs keep going up, going up.
yeah, I mean, the cost of waste removal is going to always go up, but I wasn't really proposing changing. I was just giving you kind of how much
Yeah,
it's
that's fine.
costing.
You wanted the numbers. Thank you.
But $20 was kind of where we were assuming it was. gonna
And I
stay.
also,
so we're at $20. So if we take no action, it stays at $20.
correct.
That's right.
And now we know what the cost is.
Right.
The only reason this is here is because last month your exact proposal didn't have a cost associated with it.
It didn't have
No,
weight.
exactly. You were actually making a recommendation to change.
We were going to keep the sticker with no weight, but that was just based off of what the the 5-year plan I had inherited.
So you were looking for a change. You want to get rid of the 400 pounds.
That's what I was proposing
you
based off of
presented,
what
yeah.
was,
Right.
All right, so basically what we're looking to do here is either we're gonna keep the sticker and the 400 pounds, or we're gonna make a change. Is there, and this is under old business, so we can take a motion and a vote on that.
Now, I make a motion that we keep the sticker, we keep the $400, and we encourage more people to buy stickers and bring more trash to the dump.
Second.
We have a second. Any other discussion?
Yeah, one last question. So my question on the ordinance change was about the fee schedule for specific items, which is not here. So
that was voted on last month.
we did the specific,
Yeah,
like,
we
for a
did.
big tire.
Yeah,
and-
we built this one out, 'cause it didn't have the numbers.
Okay, so that.
We added some items to it for tires.
Okay,
And then the only thing that was left was the sticker weight.
okay, great.
I made a motion.
Yep, I'm gonna second. That it?
That's it.
All in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Okay. Moving along, OB2, final adoption of FY 2023-2024 budget.
Is it really?
Why do I feel like I voted already on this budget 75 times?
It's in the chart.
This is the final after advertising. after
you
state
promise?
approval. I promise.
Okay, can we have a motion?
Motion to approve and accept the budget.
Do we have a second?
Second.
Is there anyone do you want to speak on this, ma'am? I just saw you.
No, she's waiting. She's next.
Okay, all right, we have a motion and a second. All in favor? Aye. Okay,
But Victor's got to.
okay, next we have NB1. This is letter from Victor R. Westgate regarding the kayak slips. Mr. Westgate, please come down.
I've been saying it all night. Tell me who that is.
Sir Peter Warren,
Yes, I guessed it was Warren, but I didn't know. News to me, and I'm glad to know.
he was British. Had something to do with the revolution.
British, is that okay?
He probably wasn't a big shot over there, and they sent him here. It was donated by the Avila family.
Okay.
And there it is.
Makes a bold statement.
Mm.
Okay. Hi.
Thank
Good
you
evening.
for asking.
Victor Westgate, 15 Wheaton Street in Warren. Tonight, my wife Lisa and I want to thank you for placing the issue of insufficient kayak slip availability on your agenda. We live in the historic district and walk on Water Street almost every day. We have observed almost half the kayak slips in place now are vacant, although someone is renting them. We are hoping the town will consider building more kayak slips on Water Street, on the town beach, as well as other town locations, such as the town ramp near the control plant, Kickamuit Park, and other acceptable sites available for town use. I attended the Warren Harbor Commission meeting last week. I found the members there both professional as well as open to discussion of options available in solving the problem between supply of kayak slips and residents like ourselves on a huge waiting list. I've discussed the need for building more slips with the harbor master, the Warren Harbor Commission, and gathered information from nearby townships and how they meet resident demand in hopes that together we can further expand the opportunity for our residents to enjoy our waterways both in a convenient as well as equitable manner. In our letter to Mr. Hanley on April 30th, we outlined some ideas in hopes that we can move forward both in adding more kayak slips as well as availability for the use to more town taxpayers. Thanks.
Okay. I'm gonna ask the harbor master to come forward, please.
Good evening. Ed
Ed.
Grohl.
Ed, do we have a lot of slips that, a lot of spots that people rent, but they do not keep a kayak?
So what had occurred, Mr. Westgate, as he said, he came to the Harbor Commission meeting, we had a lengthy discussion about that. Based on his letter, I did go down earlier this year and photograph the empty slips. I have reissued 5 units. I did identify those people that were not using their slips currently, and they ended up giving them up. So
Okay.
yes, so we did have 5 get turned over.
Okay.
Uh,
Has the Harbor Commission, do you have any plans for any additional?
Yes,
Slips?
we've got a few locations that we were originally gonna put some at J Mills Park, and unfortunately, with the police department having the issues they're having there for the last few years, we decided against that just because I don't want to have people's property there get damaged, destroyed, burned, whatever. So we've got some other locations. The manager and I met last year with the DOT where the Broken Bridge project's going on. There's going to be space there to put them. DPW director and I have looked at putting additional ones at the beach. Just kind of waiting on availability of help there.
Okay.
So, and we also work with Tara on that. Yeah, we just have to kind of, when Brian gets back from his duty, we're gonna meet, the 3 of us are gonna meet to pick a location. So we may get 18 more at the beach.
Okay.
So then we've got the ones at Maple, but those will handle those are dinghies at the
Yep.
end of Maple, so. So yeah, we do have other locations, we just built the ones out in Twisted on the Land Conservation Trust property, so. So,
How many total do we have? And
so right now at the beach, there's 18,
has 18 and you have plans to build how many more?
18 additional ones.
18 additional, and how many people are on the waiting list?
Right now, there's 49.
So, Mr. Cabral, I have a question.
Sure.
When you are looking at the beach, you have the north side. Those racks were for what, rowing?
Those are
boats,
actually
or-
those are actually dinghy racks. We were using those for the rowing program for the summer camp.
All right, so can't we just utilize those as well?
That's actually gonna move to Maple. That rack is gonna.
Sorry,
move
so
to-
can't we build, so if those aren't gonna be there, is
So
that the
as I,
site of the,
so there's
you guys-
there's additional issues here, which you have to take into consideration when we issue the rack space. We issue parking stickers for the beach parking lot. So as I've worked out with Tara, we don't want to saturate the parking problem down there during the summer. So because there's a parking sticker that gets issued for each space.
Well, why don't we have one side where you can't bring a car and one side where you get a sticker? So we probably have
Now
people.
you're,
like-
now you're splitting.
Well, these guys walk, they're at Wheaton Street. So we've had this discussion in the past about bed and breakfast. I don't see how, we have the room. So if you're on that side, you can't drive a car.
Oh.
I mean, we can do this. It's very simple.
Splitting
We
who
could,
can and who can't. And it's,
Yeah, we can do that.
we could do that ordinance wise.
So why don't we look at putting on that north side? Because that's a really long area there.
Mhm.
And that would be, bike or walk. And I think most kayak people who live in Warren probably would. So can we look into that? And Mr. DeSisto, do you have an opinion on that?
Not right now, no, but I think that's something we have to take a look at on a logistical basis.
So-
Once those logistical issues are covered, then we can think about drafting an ordinance on that. I do think the original proposal was to kind of spread out these kayak racks, which kind of makes sense.
Right, but I've always been, along with them looking at it, and I know Ed was also, we were a little bit frustrated with the fact that that was the rowing program and, it's
So-
really,
So if I may, at the Harbor Commission meeting, one of the discussions we had, a lot of the people on the waiting list are people renting at Turista. So finding a location down in that area would be advantageous. We just
Right,
don't
but-
have any.
right now, the town,
The
beaches
Turista,
are-
the Turista building takes up probably almost half the list.
Okay, so basically what we're probably looking to refer this to the traffic commission, no.
But if I may, but then that goes right back to Joe's original point that if the tourister is occupying a lot of that list, they can walk or bike to that
They
area.
probably do.
I mean, you're making my point. If that's where a lot of our occupants on that list are residents of, then, because there's no way you're gonna put a kayak rack down by American Tourist.
No, that
You jump in that water, you're gonna end up in Barrington. So that's just not gonna happen.
On their property or near
Yeah, it's not gonna, it's just not logistically possible. And I don't see anywhere else. coming.
Kelly Street would be a really nice location.
Well, I think
Well, Kelly
additional
Street's
is
the other
great if
side.
we can work on it.
Yeah.
Right.
But I think that we own the land now. The 4x4s are pretty inexpensive. We can deal with it in our budget. And I do think that if we could get a committed list of people who are riding a bike or walking there.
Well, I think that just comes with the
That's-
sticker. It's okay, you know, you
Right,
get in
but
a kayak.
but what I mean,
Yeah,
the demand, if you know that side is bike or walk. And we can show that that is favorable, I think we should move in that direction.
We probably have the solicitor look at that. I just don't know how the heck would we.
And I hate to
we
say that
enforce
if the Harbor Commission were to recommend against it, I hate to say that, you know,
Yeah.
I'm
Yeah,
I'm gonna override it. I'm gonna do this. I think
Another
we should
point
do
I'd
it.
like to make, I don't want to overstep, the recreation director is also looking into a kayak rental program with a company. Yeah,
I know, but that
Which
a
would
rental,
take up more space.
right, but
So-
like, I actually would say, because this opens the agenda item issue. I would never look at a kayak rental as something that I'm gonna put in place at the expense
gonna
of
take it out.
accessibility
Yeah,
to a
resident,
resident. So if they can work on something that fits in any of those other spots, great.
Yeah.
But the beach is already a huge amount of our manpower, our cost, our access point, and that's where I'm coming from.
It's one of our prime reasons.
So,
And I never wanted to even give the imagination
fair,
that the Harbor
fair.
Commission was gonna be against it. But what I'm saying is, as an advisory board, we also can simply act without an advisory position.
Councilwoman Cronin.
You just
Right.
mentioned Kelly Street with sort of a look in your face as if that would be a perfect location. Do we,
I
does the
think we
town?
have the access. I don't think we have the property abutting the access, so.
It's private property.
So that's the German club and
That's one abutter and the other side is by Mr. Pesci. I think that's how you say his name.
so is there, do you think there's any? Like,
The access to
that
the
we
water
could-
is there, I just.
Right,
So,
but is that something that
well,
we could?
it would be a parking issue down there if people drove down there. That would be a
But
problem.
again,
no
if
parking.
this was, exactly, but if this would relieve, if we could get, 20 racks there that were only accessible by foot or by bike, that would relieve that whole tourister list. I mean, it seems like, and we could partner with the tourister and have them, pick up the tab of,
Well,
the
Again,
negotiation.
we can create the racks. I don't want to.
Yeah, we would
I
have
don't want
to,
to
we
create
would
a
have to
parking.
say, get in a lease agreement or something with the German club to put the racks on their property.
Or the tourister could as a benefit to their residents.
Well, they could put the racks right. If they put them down the far side of their property, they'd be further enough out of that current that they could actually navigate in and out.
But isn't that kind of
But I mean,
thinning
that's
out
not
the
for
discussion
residents.
point?
Yeah,
Like
yeah,
right now, we have
exactly.
the
Yeah.
land at the beach.
So let's-
It's
yeah.
June. We could probably have this built in a week. And I'll go. I mean, it's,
but I think.
4x4.
But I mean, but 18 more racks is not gonna solve.
That's what I'm just gonna say, Mr., if I could. please.
Sure, we could
Thank
put
you.
50.
Good. Mr. Westgate's point is that the demand far exceeds the capacity. And we can work on the capacity, hopefully create more, but there'll still be an excessive demand beyond the capacity.
I get
And his
calls every-
point is, is it right for people to just get their sticker every year renewal without allowing anyone else access to those slots? And he's suggesting a lottery. I'm not sure what the best answer is, but I think he's making a good point. And, one of the points he also made was that people are not utilizing the rack, they're just empty, which I think you've tried to address, which I appreciate, and I think that's a good start. But we're still up against this higher demand than there are slips, and what do we do about that? Maybe we don't, I just.
Build
I
50
think it's
slips.
Well, okay, it would be great if we could build to the capacity. I'm not sure we're gonna be able to, I think that's a good start, so.
The other thought that I had, I said, if it was permissible, because again, I'm not trying to.
Can you go up to the
People
mic?
may be watching this, so if you're speaking to the mic.
Least of all you, because this gentleman was very helpful. I appreciated him listening to my conversation. One thought I had, and I know others have done elsewhere, would be if he took the list of those people who have a slot
And those people who are on the waiting list and kept them at the harbor master's office. You don't have to put it out on the street because people do make it public, but not to the extent of putting it in the paper. But if it was at the harbor master's office, so that people who have a slot, maybe they are only using one time. But those slots will easily cover two, and more, at least two, because I've looked at them like. So if they at least were told, hey, there's this group of people who love to borrow or use your berth also, they'll split the cost, hell, I'll pay 80% of the cost for this other person. But the idea of having, at least in the interim, those people who have a berth, only one kayak, maybe they would allow someone else to jump in and, start sessions and use the berth. It's a thought.
Thinking outside the box, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, couldn't we just screw a 2x4 down the middle? Maybe they're too wide.
The other thing that boggles me is that there's a dinghy slip with 16 sites. But there is somebody with a kayak in one of the dinghy, the far one. I just saw it today.
It's low. It's low. They can use it. They have a dinghy spot.
Okay,
they
but
can use it.
today there was 6 kayak slips empty and 5 dinghy slips empty. That's 11 slips empty today. So those people that you contacted, how come they aren't using those 11?
Well, people may put it there when
Right.
they're on vacation. I mean,
Yeah.
they know that they're not gonna, they don't wanna have it in the weather or whatever, or they're someplace else.
Or maybe they're out on it.
That's what I mean, or someplace else.
A lot of times the dinghies, if you're using it as a tender and you have a bigger boat, if you go for 3 or 4 days, your dinghy is out on your mooring while you're out on your boat. So the slot will be empty till you come back.
All right,
Okay.
every day I'm going to take a picture and I'm going to tell you that the same ones that are empty.
Right, but I think that you could actually go to Maine and bring your kayak, and then somebody takes a picture of your slip and says, she made this big argument, and now her slip's empty.
Yeah.
That's not your fault. You're utilizing the slip when you
Somewhere
wanna
else.
be there.
Yeah.
I mean, I just think that, Mr. Hacker bring up a good point about the rotation of them possibly, but I also don't think there should be a penalty because I happen to have it on there. Because I probably would say, you guys get on the list, you're gonna stay on there for the next 10 years. Why? Because you're on the list. I mean, it's difficult how to figure out how to do this whole thing, because
The other thing that I would add, because, again, it's just food for thought. You might say it's a bad idea. But, and others have said, if it's not in Warren, I don't want to hear about it else. But in other towns, what they also do is if you want to be on the waiting list, you also have to pay a fee. That separates the men from the boys. Those who are really serious about wanting a slot are on the waiting list. They're paying like $5 a year to stay on the waiting list, which keeps the list serious, because I'm serious. I'm sure others are too, but then others might say that's a penalty or that's a cost people don't want to incur. But I don't think that's a lot of money, but it does show interest.
That's what the Patriot season tickets, if you want to get on the list, you got to give them a deposit. I think what we should do is probably refer this
yeah,
to
that's for
the
them.
Harbor Commission and the DPW director to come up with some for the new spots and do what they can do to get some new spots in there.
Although I agree with that, but I also would take it further and say that I'd make a motion that we build as many as that north side would hold. And I'll go and build them with you next week.
Can I just one thing, what's the max capacity? We have 18 slips down at the town right now.
Correct.
We have what, 42 people on the list,
49.
49. So let's round it up to 50. So do we have the ability to have 70 kayak racks down there?
It would,
Well, see, that's the max out. So where I'm going with this is if, say we had 70, and that means we're maxed out, that would accommodate everybody that's on the list and that's currently in place right now. And then anybody that comes in after, they're going on a waiting list.
It'll be the same problem.
No, but like that, because we can put a moratorium on it, we can put a cap on it. It's like, if we can utilize the space down at the
So
beach.
one of the restrictions we have right now is funding also.
Okay.
So this was all done through Parks and Recs did a $5,000
So what
I'd also
budget item.
So if I
We
could just
probably
maybe
have
finish.
2,400 left in that, so to purchase materials, so.
So if, maybe it would be helpful if you came back to us. Once we're gonna refer this to you and the Harbor Commission, come back with us and say, hey, look, if we wanted to be maxed out at 60, 50, whatever the number is, and this is what it's gonna cost, I think that would be helpful. I mean, I want to include, DPW and parks. It is.
I would also like to see
Carries
some
well about
alternate
that, so.
places too, possibly at the wastewater treatment plant. In other words, so we're not, where they're not all at the beach, because if they're all at the beach, now you're jamming the
Putting the
beach
boat
with
in
everything.
the, putting the kayak in the water is an actual safety concern.
Well, there's a ramp at the
It's
wastewater.
deadly. It's deadly. You can't- you have to
space,
walk
and
the dog.
space down there is really restricted because of parking. You have the commercial fishing dock there.
Yes.
But I
I've
mean-
come out of the water over there. It's.
There's no
It's not for-
there's no
it's
good
not for me.
landing point.
I mean,
there.
if possibly look into any other places where we have access and
Sure,
land,
I
it'd be
agree with
nice,
that.
Mhm.
Yeah.
you know, to get the. because
Yeah.
we don't,
No,
instead of concentrating it
Good
all
idea.
down the beach, let's see if we have some other place to space it out.
I mean, for a town surrounded by water, we do have some difficulties getting in it.
Well, I'm always in hot water, Joe. All right, so we're gonna refer this to DPW, Parks and Rec, and the Harbor Commission to come up with a solution to get us to generate as many racks as feasible. Does that sound good?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Second, thank you for bringing it forward.
Thank you. Yeah, okay, yep.
Oh, we're gonna put you to work. I got your number now. Vic.
Before we vote on that, is there anyone in the public that would like to speak on this?
Thank you very much.
Please come forward.
Thank you. And I also really like the idea of the sort of share sublet. I think if we can make that work, I think that'll relieve a lot of those, if we can partner people up and share costs, that I think people would be very eager to have that opportunity.
Please state your name.
Mark Dobbin, 22 Liberty Street. Just a quick comment as someone who uses the kayak rack. I think advocating for more spaces, great, build them everywhere you can. That north wall that abuts Blount where the Bay Queen boats are, I mean, that's a huge expanse and no one uses it for recreation. So I think you could just the whole way along there. I think having.
That's the area I was talking.
Yeah, totally. The one thing I wanted to speak in opposition to is doing the lottery, only because a lot of people who have kayaks or dinghies down there are using them to get to their boats. And so if you've got a mooring spot in that field, you've paid for mooring tackle, you've paid for your boat. And so if you do a lottery system where you lose that spot, now you've got a boat that's sitting out there that you presumably can't get to besides swimming. So that's just one thing that I think should be taken under advisement. That's all. Thanks.
Thanks. Okay, moving
Dick
along.
Wally wants to.
Come on
up.
I am Lee Penn, Chairman of the Harbor Commission, and we reviewed all this at great length at the last Harbor Commission meeting. And all of the points that were brought up tonight, we reviewed at the commission meeting as well, and we are looking at alternate sites. And one of the things I did want to bring up is spreading it around through the town. There are lots of potential public access sites that we could add racks to, and I think we should look at all of them. Because there's lots of opportunities to build racks.
Great.
So we'll continue to work on it.
All right, appreciate that. Thank you. Okay, so
Who owns the lot behind Jan Mallett's that's not buildable? I remember Jan looked at that once. There's a one little spot right between Mario and Phil Holmes's house.
I believe it's still on the market. I don't know who owns it, but I can find
I
out.
mean, that could be a ride your bike or, access point.
all right.
They did have a considerable price tag on.
All right, so we have a motion and a second to refer this to those three departments to come up with, to build and to come up with some new places. Do we have any other discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Okay, next, new business 2, discussion and action regarding long-term ecological monitoring at Brito Park Salt Marsh. Who's here to speak to that? Kate?
Yes, I'd like to speak to this. This is a request. You have a copy of the request in your packet from Tom Kutcher at the Rhode Island Natural History Survey. He is proposing to work with the Narragansett Bay Research Reserve, which is a program of DEM and NOAA, to monitor the salt marsh at Brito Park for the next 20 years. Before submitting this for council consideration, I did refer this to the Conservation Commission. and Butch Lombardi specifically. He had a conversation with Tom Kutcher. He is in favor of this proposal. I spoke with him. And Tom Kutcher and the Conservation Commission would work together to make sure that the osprey in the area are not disturbed during the critical times when they are nesting. So that would be something that they would work together on.
I grew up with Tommy. I have faith in Tommy. He actually was the baykeeper for a while. He's a born in Warren. I make a motion to approve.
Second.
A motion and a second. Any other questions? All in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Okay, next we have discussion and action regarding the original design site plan, sign plans for the raised crosswalks at the beach. Joseph.
Yes, thank you. I've been frustrated by those for, I don't know how many years when they were put up. Originally, we had approved raised crosswalks that were going to be traffic calming. Yes, they were going to be an impediment to driving. They were designed to slow you down. At the time of construction, it was somehow done. Actually, I showed up hours after the fact, unfortunately, and it wasn't done to the plans that were approved. Somehow, some way, someone impacted, and I am not pointing fingers, and I don't want to look back. It's irrelevant. What is relevant is that we have 1 inch high crosswalks that don't do anything for public safety for all year round. The park and beach are utilized all year. I make a motion that we advise the town planner to work with, the town, well, we don't have a planner. I was gonna make, So Mr. Wheeler, Ms. Mishu have the plans, original plans. They were approved. And I say we use the money out of our $200,000 that we're putting towards road repair and all of that. Figure out the least expensive way to get a raised crosswalk there, 4 of them. And get rid of the signs that are everywhere saying there are crosswalks and raised crosswalks and all of that. Because I even think that's nuts. There's like 2 signs for each one and they're not raised. They're not slowing traffic. And the real irony to me is that we have the park attendants dragging out temporary speed bumps for the 3 months that we're down there. The whole thing just doesn't fly right with me, doesn't fit right. I really think we should do it. I don't think that the concerns and or the complaints of a few people at the time, I sat through it all. Sad reality was that sat through all of the angst, all of the discussion, all of the everything, and we moved to do it, and then they weren't done. And it really is disappointing, and I think we should do it. I hear about close calls all the time. I hear about cars speeding through there. And I think we should go back to the original design, which the plan that our manager has told me she's looked at, and the two do not add up. They're not the same.
Okay, that's a question. So
Certainly.
they were supposed to be raised higher, obviously.
If you went over 12 miles an hour, you're gonna destroy your car.
So the proposal would be to essentially redo the whole section. There's no way to actually add to it somehow.
Maybe
without-
they could, I don't know.
Yeah,
Concrete and water usually don't mix, so if you put a layer on top of it, I don't know.
Maybe there's an option that would would accomplish what you're asking.
I would
for,
leave
which
that-
I think is great.
I'd leave the
Yeah.
technicalities up to them.
Yeah.
For a recommendation on how.
What does that do to snowplows?
They go over it. They're all over the state.
Because I thought that was always the.
They did. It did. It went on and on. And on.
You gotta pay
The town was gonna
attention.
Flood because of it. Water wasn't gonna flow.
You gotta pay attention, or you're gonna damage the plow.
Right.
It's not a curb.
Doable.
It's a round raised crosswalk. It's. If we want to do it, we can do it. It should be, and I think they should be put in other parts of town. I have someone on Child Street who's asked for it. He actually has already written to the state, and I'm looking at that. I think they should be on Water Street as well further down. I now that I'm living on Water Street, we have a race from Miller to the end, and someday somebody's gonna step off the curb, and I completely agree with the woman was earlier, Ms. Sosha, about the sidewalks on the other end of town. But those are a bigger scope. These are there, and to me, the irony is that we're now dragging out speed bumps to put near the speed bumps, and it just makes me nuts, because I was here, I fought it, I heard it, I dealt with the headache, and then it didn't happen. And I got there like 4 hours after it was poured, and I was livid, but here we are. So we can make a difference.
I'm gonna ask the police chief. Actually, you gotta come forward, chief, sorry. Do we have is there a lot of incidents, complaints for this area?
No.
No, okay.
Well, like Councilman said, the recreation department does put for the summertime during the park, we shut down Water Street, we put the portable speed bumps.
Okay, all right, thanks. Any other questions from the council? Is there anybody in the public that would like to speak to this? Please come forward.
I mean, speed limit on Bridge Street is 10 miles an hour.
Speaking as a resident of the community, Woody Kemp, 16 Bridge Street. I've lived there for 40 years. The speed limit sign of 10 miles an hour was strongly advocated by the Kemp family and the police department and the council supported us in getting that speed limit lowered because of the fact that it is a park that's used by everybody and a lot of Kemp kids. And my family has been advocating for speed bumps there for 40 years, as well as in my entire neighborhood. So there's a lot of support in the community for it. So I support Mr. DePasquale's motion to build the real speed bumps that are supposed to be there.
Thank you.
I mean, the sad part about it, John, and you know this as a resident, is 90% of the people that take that route are racing away from Campbell.
Yes.
And that's really where and just like Orchard Ave, that's where the danger really comes in. They're not just driving their normal.
Please state.
Good evening, Jane McDougall, 500 Water Street. I live on the corner of Water and Hale Street, right at the north end of the beach. And as the chief says, there are not a lot of complaints because we long ago gave up calling the police station every day to complain about the speeding. And my husband in particular is livid. We sit on our front porch and he screams at people driving by, telling them to slow down every day. And we watch people go through the stop sign at the bottom of Campbell Street. You sometimes have a police car that is there in Shipyard Lane at Blount's. And he inevitably catches someone, but then he goes off, and the next person comes by. We can tell whether there's a policeman in Shipyard Lane by the traffic coming down Water Street. If the traffic comes down and ignores the stop sign, then we know there's no policeman there. And the minute the policeman is there, we can watch the cars. Everybody stops nicely, they go slow, they put their signal on if they want to turn up Campbell Street. They're very polite in their driving. And the minute the cop leaves, they go right back to where they were before. Part of the problem is people going home from work, especially in the evening. There are still kids, especially this time of year. It's still light out. There are still people at the beach, people swimming at the beach, depending on the tide. There's plenty of kids around playing and everybody speeding to get home, mostly probably going toward Bristol. You have the light at the top of Campbell Street, which gets held up because of the bike path. People crossing at the bike path, they push the button. You got to sit there. You have to wait until the light cycles through before you can get out of Campbell Street. So what do people do? They come down Water Street after having maneuvered through all the traffic on the northern part of Water Street. And they get down to, say, Wheaton Street. They go through that stop sign and it's clear and they see it. And they can see all the way to the end It's not the little country road that it used to be. We've got sidewalks on both sides and curbs, and it looks like a freeway. And they look and they say, oh boy, I can get down there in 2 seconds. And off they go. And they're trying to beat the people sitting at the stoplight at the top of Campbell Street. They don't want to sit at the top of Campbell Street. So they're going straight down Water Street, past the beach, and then Woody Kemp must see it too, up Bridge Street, trying to beat those cars that are going to turn out Campbell Street toward Bristol. And they got to get out onto Main Street before that group of cars comes from the stoplight. And this is what it is every evening, every evening. We've said so many times, if the police would, and I know they don't have the manpower to do this, but if they would sit there for about a week and stop every car that speeds down the street, goes through the stop sign, it is posted 10 miles an hour. Nobody does 10. That's unrealistic anyway. If you put 20, if you put flashing lights and you had a 20 mile an hour, just like you have at the schools, and it said playground, maybe then people would slow down. But if you put a cop there for a week, people would get the word would get out, and they'd say, oh, be careful when you go by the beach. They've had a cop there, you know, you're going to get ticketed if you don't slow down. I mean, there are other places that we all know there's mostly a cop there. Schools that you go by, you got to be careful because they'll catch you. But it doesn't happen at the beach. It doesn't happen. We have people doing 30, 35, sometimes 40 miles an hour down there.
So can I ask a question? Would the raised speed bumps probably help somewhat?
Would have to. It would have to, or they
Right,
tear the
there's
bottom
some-
out of their
there's-
car.
Yeah, they'll still race from the stop sign at the bottom of Campbell till they get to the. speed
If
bumps.
I've spent the week at New England Tech.
Yep.
They're 4 feet wide. I'm in a 10-ton truck. You go too fast over that, you're gonna have a problem.
Right.
A car going 12 miles an hour will bottom out. And it's their fault.
Yep.
The bill's not gonna come to
Right.
the town.
Right.
They paint them yellow, they're right there. You wanna slow traffic down, you put a raised crosswalk.
Yeah, the
You
comment.
can't go over it fast. I mean, you can't.
You can't. You have to stop.
Once.
It's like the one, the plate in front of the speed plate, the plate calming, traffic calming plate that they have in front of the State House in Providence on Smith Street. You can't race over that. You've got to go up, go along the top,
So just-
and go back down.
If I may not to interrupt you, Jay, but we had this discussion when we were talking about the issues on Seymour Street. It was about 2 years ago. And I actually mentioned the calming strips. The fire department let us know that when they are also traveling, they have to
Do the same
navigate
thing.
and get over those
Oh, yeah,
obstacles.
you have to.
Yeah, so it was, we decided to move in a different direction, but the comic strips are all over the state. They are.
Yeah.
They are all over the state.
And you know, there's 4 crosswalks, but maybe if you had one at the beginning going south, that was a calming strip. And then maybe one at the park
Yep.
where cars are coming out of the parking lot. Then, you know, maybe you wouldn't need 4 of them. I mean, by the time they could pick up speed, they'd be at the second one.
So we're all, on the plans, were all 4 of them raised, or was it just 2?
I mean, my memory, I believe they were.
They were all the same as far as I know.
So they are spaced. They are strategically spaced so that the traffic will flow, but you can't gain enough momentum.
Okay, they were
Yeah,
DOT approved. We did that whole project with the state. That was a beautification and traffic calming and water mitigation. We had a lot of things involved in that. It was before you were here. And again, I don't care how they were successfully lowered. They weren't. That's what I want to deal with.
No,
And they've just recently done them in Swansea in front of their town hall.
No, I mean then, I'm saying, this isn't me, I'm not trying to dig up bones. They're
No.
there. That's not
Right.
even my
And
concern.
they're not as high as they were supposed to be. It was my understanding 3.5 feet. I was on that committee that, you know, looked at the plans. I had a copy of the plans at home.
And the width is important.
Yes.
Because
They're only-
it's not a speed bump.
No,
It's
they've
a
got to go
speed
up,
hump, and it's a
travel
crosswalk.
across and go
And
down.
when you paint them yellow, and the nice thing about it is you start training people in town, and you can have a yellow crosswalk somewhere that's not raised, and then you can have a yellow crosswalk somewhere else that is a raised one, and everybody starts looking at that color yellow, which is the universal caution
You
color.
just gave the secret
I
away.
know, but just saying, it does work.
Paint the sides.
Based on the conversations that you've had, I think it's appropriate that the matter be referred to the town manager and the DPW director.
Yeah.
So
To
that
come back with a
you
cost
can
as well.
come back with the cost of the original plan as it is, and I think Kate's ready to do that.
The original plan or an adaptation.
That's correct, yes.
Okay. Just,
Yeah, maybe we go from 4 bumps to 2, whatever.
Or maybe the cost unfortunately has to be budgeted next year. I don't know.
All right, so you started a motion. Do you
Yeah,
wanna-
that's my
to re-
motion.
Refer it to the manager and the DPW.
I'll second
director
that.
to
Yes.
Come
Thank
back
you.
with a cost analysis. We have a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Okay. Discussion and action. The next one is with the Water Authority for the future use of the protected wetland.
All right, so I'm not gonna use a lot of words on this one. We all know that the dams are coming out. We all know that there's a watershed protected area. I am very happy with and impressed by the progress that the Land Trust has done in town. And what I'm hoping to do is officially open the dialogue. I don't know if the Water Authority, what they're doing, and because I don't know is the reason for this. I think we have an opportunity to possibly partner with a big organization. And what I mean by big is I don't even know, something like Audubon first comes to mind, Norman Bird Sanctuary also. And the reason for this is the stewardship. And I would like to see the usage and the putting it on the map. 24%, over 24% of Warren's land is preserved, and probably 1% of that preserved land gets used. Maybe it's a low number, but I know the majority of our land that the town has set aside from development doesn't get used. I'm not positive with the open space and recreation funding. I'm not positive. All of those things have to be discussed and dealt with, but I would like a seat at the table. And if there isn't a table, I'd like to call and reserve that table and start having a participation in that discussion. Not me, the town. I think we owe it to the ratepayers as well as the residents to figure out early on what the plan of all of that land is going to be.
Would you like us to send a letter to our 3 delegates?
I would.
And have the town manager send a letter to our 3 delegates? Please provide us some information and actually possibly to attend one of the meeting, an upcoming council meeting. So we can express our concerns and what we would like to see or what we'd like to be involved in.
Yeah, and the
That makes-
director, because I think the
Yeah.
director has shown an interest to be creative and down the road, all of that preserved land is not going to be needed for the watershed. It's not a watershed anymore, but we need to be first at the table, especially before Mr. Trombley decides to not be on the committees anymore. I want somebody like him attending those meetings and being a go-getter.
can I ask a question? When you
Of
say protected watershed lands,
Mm-hmm.
can you describe that a little bit?
When the reservoir was the used reservoir, the Water Authority went out and acquired all of the development rights to, not just development rights, but actual land surrounding the Kickinewit River,
Both sides.
Both sides.
all over.
Right, okay.
Mostly in
and-
the upper,
Like on
The upper
Poverty,
reservoir,
Poverty
yeah.
Road and, all around the Kiki. So that whole area is gonna change. And I don't feel we should wait to then find out what's happening. I mean, I would hate to find out that we're already too late to be a participant in that discussion. Because they already know, what they're doing. They're getting rid of those dams, they're doing all this. But what I would definitely not want to have happen is just that land be there and not utilized. I mean, we just had a kayak discussion. We just, we have all of these people who go to other places to walk around. I've been out there. I've been an invited guest out there. I've also just gone out on my own to look at the areas, and I guess I was trespassing. But that being said, it's an area that a lot of people don't even know exists in Warren. And you look at the amount of people who take advantage of the small paths we have. I bet you there's 100 acres out there, if not more. Yeah, so, you know, and this was all purchased land, so I'm sure the water authority has a number that they'd like to attach to it. And these are the kind of things that I would like to bring in the federal delegation on, because this is a multi-town acquisition. And state, when you go further up, it's Massachusetts. So the reason I would like to be involved in this now is because I think our federal delegation would absolutely be interested, because this isn't going to be a Warren thing. It was a Bristol Warren Barrington thing. And we're gonna need some help.
Makes sense.
Okay, so we've got a motion to direct the town manager to write a letter to our delegates from the Water Authority, please asking for information and actually attendance in a meeting so we can discuss, see where they're at with it. That make sense?
Yes, sir. Second. So moved. Is
We have
there
a motion, do we have a second? Second, all in favor? Aye. Absolutely.
And I won't belabor it. Just want to note, though, that we still have the watershed overlay district as part of the zoning ordinance, regardless of the use of that water body. There is still a watershed, and there's still restrictions that the town controls on that property. Not that it's conflicts in any way with this agenda item, but just for information purposes.
It's part of our zoning map already in ordinances.
Correct. I mean, the water body still needs to be cared for, even if it's not a drinking water body.
Right.
It still needs protection.
And it further supports the position that, you know, it's a part of Warren. It's codified, and we want to figure out what we can do to best access that.
Okay, next on the agenda is from the town manager, discussion and action regarding a letter from RIPTA for safe streets and roads for all action plan.
So I don't know that action is necessarily needed at this point. I just wanted to make sure that you were aware that DOT has, RIPTA, I'm sorry, has received a $5 million grant for planning process for development of a statewide safety action plan. So they will be looking for projects, safety projects in different communities. So stuff
We do our sidewalks in the south bend of
Yeah.
town.
these are more like signal improvements is, I believe, what they're looking at, road configuration, signal improvements, things that would pertain to RIPTA transportation.
So we can get a sign saying danger, no sidewalk.
One thing that came to mind, you know, from speaking with our public safety officials is kind of the intersections of Child Street, Arlington, and Metacom. That area is a very high accident area. Look, potentially, maybe there could be something done there or some study done there, but I don't need answers right now because this process hasn't even started, but perhaps if you could start thinking about potential
Like
projects.
a motion for us to participate, is that what you're asking for?
Yeah,
We already-
you already issued a letter of support, so just if you want to authorize me to participate in the process on behalf of the town, then that.
I'd make that motion.
We have a motion to
Second.
authorize, or a second, all in favor?
Aye.
Okay, next we have discussion and action regarding a small parking area, 4 to 6 spaces on Long Lane. Then we have a letter from the fire chief, and Kate, do you want to speak? Do we want to have the fire
Sure, and
chief
also
speak?
like to invite the fire chief to come up if he doesn't mind.
Please come
This
forward.
comes out of the discussion we had several months ago regarding the property owner who had questions about where exactly the property line fell and whose responsibility was what. There has been a survey completed on that property, and we believe that there's some potential to improve the
This is where
safety.
Long Lane Farm is.
Yes.
Yeah, as a result, you had brought up another problem with the parking on the side at Long Lane Farm has gotten busier.
So the question
Yeah,
of,
right, where the land was. So we had that survey and a plan that came up, we were working on even before that was a potential parking area right before the bike path in the old railroad trestle, in the railroad bed. The letter states, I have seen people park there walking, and I've also seen kids get dropped off on a bike in the morning to ride their bike up the path to one of the schools. And the same in the afternoon, get picked up by the parent, and they bring them back home in the car. So it was surveyed, if you want to go to that.
Yeah, I mean, the survey showed where our boundaries are, where the farm boundaries are, and without impeding onto the farm boundaries, we are looking to the south side, so where the railroad tracks were, to make it easier, so we're not in the way of the farm, because every day there's a car parked basically in the way of where they're trying to get their trucks in and out.
It just takes a little bit of engineering that we're gonna have to work, but this is the first step to getting us to that spot. We have plenty of material to fill the area that we would need, so now it's kind of, a lot of materials on site, well, at the DPW that we can utilize, so it's just a matter of getting everything kind of engineered properly.
Okay, so this would benefit the people running the farm, essentially, because somebody, I had
It's a win-win.
So it's a win for both parties, correct?
yeah, I had a constituent call and say, has anyone contact the people that own the
Yeah,
farm?
if somebody spots the park for the bike path as well as open up, like, people won't be parking in front of the farm that shouldn't be.
Would it be, did you contact Camille? Like, is it beneficial in some way to, we could have Mr. DeSisto look at maybe an easement or a shared use?
It's already town-owned property.
No, I meant, I understand that. What I was trying to say is their access point is very close.
Yep.
So I don't know how they feel about this. So imagine if somebody were to say hypothetically, what would benefit you? They said, well, we, would rather go over there. We don't have the money. So now you can maybe,
Oh, I see.
you know what I mean? Like, I think because they're there, you should definitely talk to them.
That's it.
Because
Right.
who knows, what could benefit them, and what could hurt them. I mean, we don't want to force something on them that hurts them, because this whole idea came up because they want to be good neighbors. And they wanted to figure out who had access to that. Because of the right to farm, they have the ability and by law to sell their produce where it's grown. So I think we should call them and partner up and see what would maybe satisfy us all, not just do a parking strip for us. Maybe there's a greater benefit. Because I remember their concern is that's the access to their trucks.
Correct. Where people park now and walk on the bike path is blocking the access to the back of their fields. So
Right.
This parking area would hopefully alleviate that. We're parking the parking area on the same side. It might help their businesses.
I would just like to reach out to them prior. I would just feel better than having us just try to do, I don't know. I would really like
But
to.
it probably would help them and essentially.
Or at least let them be involved in hearing from us what we plan on doing, even if it ends up just being town property. Or maybe there's an opportunity for shared use that they're not gonna grow on and it would benefit them. I don't know, how did everybody feel good with that? I
Yeah,
mean,
so
we
I
just
guess-
send it to Anthony when it finally comes down.
So we want to, I guess the motion would be to direct them to proceed with the small parking area with, and contact, in cooperation.
Contact the
with
owners.
the owners.
And
Yeah.
continue creating a plan and bring it back.
Guess that sounds like a motion. You got a second?
Second.
All
Thank
in
you,
favor?
guys.
Aye. Okay, next, we have the solicitor. And we have discussion and action on the harbor management plan. Anthony.
Okay, we have Woody here, of course, the chair of the Harbor Commission, if you have any questions for him, but
Okay.
you may recall we were here last. We did prepare a memorandum of law for the Harbor Commission to make some changes. That was in response to Fred Matthews' rather detailed memo. Some of the things he had in there were noteworthy, some were not. We did make some suggested changes to the Harbor Commission, and they adopted most, but not all of them. But with the harbor management plans, what happens is once the town council votes to approve the harbor management plan, it's almost in the nature of an ordinance. It goes back to the Coastal Resources Management Council for final approval. So the extent that there's any discrepancies, they can be straightened out by the council at that time. If you have any questions on it, I'd be happy to answer them, but this is a good harbor management plan, one of the best in the state. And it's something that you have to do on a periodic basis to approve. I can tell you from experience that this town is very diligent on keeping up with its harbor management plan and updating it on a regular basis.
So, may I?
Yes.
Thank you. We do have a memorandum from Mr. Massey. He asked that it be read into the record or placed in the record. His assertion is that there are significant issues remaining concerning the plan, especially the rights of way section, He goes on to say that there are significant issues relating to the accuracy and absence of supporting information within the rights of way section, and that there are inaccuracies regarding the rights of way when the second draft. So I don't know. I mean, this is his assertion. How do you respond to this?
Yeah, I've got to tell you, I've been on the particular issues that he's interested in. The Harbor Commission is focusing on with these rights of way for years.
Yes.
And I can tell you that no one's done more research on them than I have. And I think that based on the product that you have before you now for the Harbor Management Plan, that can be sent to the Coastal Resources Management Council. The one thing that I disagree with, by the way, I spent a lot of time on Mr. Massey's things. I don't give it short shrift. He put a lot of time into it. I did too.
Didn't you receive that memo?
Yes, I've received all of it.
It's in the record.
Yes, I've read
Yeah.
all the memos.
But if,
But if,
Hang on.
before we
Let him
go, if I can just
finish
say
his
it,
answer.
there are some discrepancies there, no doubt about it. There's a difference of opinion. And I've made my position clear on these rights of ways. I don't think I'm gonna sway anybody else at this point. That's why I say my recommendation is approve it. It'll get straightened out at Coastal because they have final approval over these harbor management plans. That's my recommendation.
Does Coastal have final approval over the rights of way too?
Well, this is what happens. What the Harbor Commission is doing is saying, these are rights of way that we want to see CRMC designate as public rights of way to the shore. And that's something that CRMC has the statutory authority to do. There's already been some, there was a batch in, I think, 2018. There's about 10 others that are waiting for it. There's a question between what the Harbor Management Commission wants to have for the rights of way and what Mr. Massey is saying. He's saying that, some of them shouldn't be. And some of the rights of way that have been identified were addressed by CRMC back in the 1980s. That's why I'm saying just send it out to them. They'll straighten it all out. They have a process. Warren rights of way are coming up very shortly. There's some rights of way in Westerly that'll be taken care of in Buttonwoods. And then after that, the Warren ones will be taken up by Coastal. A lot of work has been done on it. And that process will go through. There'll be a public hearing here in Warren for those that the public can speak about it. And once CRMC designates a right of way to the coastal waters of Rhode Island, then it's eligible to have monumentation, things of that nature.
all I was gonna say is that what you were bringing up about what Fred brought to my attention is that we've already rehashed this. All of the stuff that he brought up, we've talked about at council before. So he was just bringing up his point that he's already made to us going back, I think 3-4 years ago when it first started. with the
Well,
competition.
actually, his
So-
position, according to this memorandum, is that there's still ongoing issues, but, I
Yeah,
just thought I'd
but
bring up. and
I
wanted to
agree
wait
with
and Hear the solicitor's opinion.
Here's actually the status of it. He made several suggestions. And I adopted some of them in my memo. Some of them to the Harbor Commission, I didn't think they held weight. But the real issue that it comes down to is these rights of way. Ultimately, that's something that CRMC will do. Of course, they take direction from the town and the Harbor Management Commission. There's been a lot of work that's already been done on these, not only by the town, but also by CRMC over a course of 40 years. So it'll be straightened out there. That's why I'm just saying, I think it's time to move it off from the town's plate and put it on CRMC.
I make a motion to approve, accept, and move on to the CRMC.
Second,
We have a motion
Can I-
second. Do we have
discussion?
anyone? Yeah, I was gonna ask for, go ahead, you can go first and then I'll ask for public.
Time frame once it goes to CRMC, like for them to go get it back to us? Yeah, any idea? Or, I mean, I know you're smiling, but
It's not glacial, but probably a couple of months.
months.
Yeah, I gotta say that.
That's refreshing.
Yeah, well, here's why. In reviewing this plan, it's a good plan. In many aspects, and the Harbor Management Commission does do a lot of work, so. In all of the harbor management plans I've had to review, I've spent a lot of time on this one. It's in good shape.
Thank you.
There are some discrepancies. They will be straightened out at CRMC.
Anyone in the public care to speak to the harbor management plan? Okay, that being said, we have a motion and a second to approve and send it to CRMC. All in favor?
Aye.
Okay. Next, we have a request for executive session from the solicitor regarding Warren Gateway versus Town of Warren. Can I have a motion for executive session?
So moved.
Can we have a second? Motion and a second. Roll call vote. Councilwoman Cronin.
I.
Councilman Hecker.
Aye.
Councilman D. Pasquale. Vice President Calenda.
Aye.
And I vote aye. Next, we need another motion for executive session regarding New England Bridge and Building.
So moved.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Roll call.
Aye.
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 I gotta say your name or it's not roll call.
Oh,
Councilwoman Cronin.
Aye.
Councilman Hecker.
excuse me. Yeah, aye.
Councilman D. Pasquale. Vice President Calenda.
Aye.
And I vote aye as well. Okay.
Thank you.
Okay, next we have Finance Director, Fung, Revenues and Expenditures. We did get your email. Anything on the revenues and expenditures that you need to bring to our attention?
No, we are through May and still in positive direction, so
Okay.
we're not ending the year with a deficit. We have some overspending as of now and projected to continue into overspending. And we're going to talk about that in item number 2. That's
Okay.
going to cover. But any
Uh,
question on the monthly report before we move on
That
to?
microphone down a little
I'm
bit.
sorry.
That's okay.
Okay. Any question before we move on to item number 2?
Nope. Anything from the council? No. Okay, move on to item number 2, the FY 23 Revenue Replacement Spending Report.
Yes, if you remember during the FY 23 budget, we requested the council the use of the American Rescue Plan to fund the general operation. And the report that I provided is basically to report how that amount is being used.
Okay, any questions from the council on item number 2?
No.
Okay, so now we have number 3, the capital rollover.
Yeah.
Yes, basically, we are just requesting whatever balance in the capital budget to be rolled over into the next year for future use.
Do we have any questions?
This is pretty straightforward. We do this every year.
We just, what we didn't spend on, we roll over to the next.
Right,
Yeah.
exactly.
Right, and so, yeah, motion approved.
Second.
Motion and a second to roll over capital FY 2023 to FY 2024. All in favor?
Aye.
And maybe
Okay.
there'll be some money in there for our private crosswalks.
And next we have an abatement to the 2019 motor vehicle tax roll. Basically, it's for $73.28 due to a bankruptcy.
Right.
Do we have a motion?
Motion to approve.
Motion to approve the abatement. Do we have a second?
Second.
Second, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Thank you.
Thank you.
If you look at 1 year, it's $38,000.
Okay, tax assessor.
Is it still there?
Discussion and action regarding abatement to the 2022 tax roll in amount of $121.57.
So moved.
Second.
All in favor?
Goodbye.
Hi,
Are
Chris.
you-
Thanks,
you
Chris.
sat there this whole time for that?
He likes the meeting.
He is the meeting. I am the meeting. All right, well, Kate said you might be left, so we moved you to the back of the agenda.
Yeah. Well, 4 times today.
DPW Director, discussion and action regarding 10% deposit to purchase a new steel ejector trailer.
Yep.
Please inform us about steel ejector trailer.
This is our trash trailer. Last year we came up short on the requested amount. Since then, the price has held the same, but the time to build it has gone down by 20 weeks. So there's a plus on that.
Okay. So basically.
He needs just under 10 grand.
So you need an additional,
So we have all the money. We just need to be able to spend it now out of so we can get the order. placed.
Okay,
So
all
10% to place the order. The
Motion to
remaining,
move ahead
90.
on the
Second.
DPW's request for the.
motion and a second, all in
steel
favor?
injector trailer.
Aye. Okay,
Carry on.
next, Recreation Director. Discussion and action on a memo of understanding from National Recreation and Park Association regarding a grant for $70,000 for mentoring youth.
Yes, so this is the second round of grants that the National Parks and Recreation Department has issued, and we were the recipients for the second round, so we will continue the program. Well, we will expand and continue the program that we established with the first round of grants.
Motion approved.
Second.
Hang on.
Wait.
No, I like the,
I have a question. In the description, mentoring youth impacted by substance misuse. So are we going to teach them how to use the substance better, or should that be abuse? I don't know if that's just.
I'm sorry, where are you?
In the description of the agenda item.
Oh. I don't have the agenda in front of me, I'm sorry.
It just says substance misuse.
Yeah,
As
I
if
don't-
it's not being used correctly. I'm just wondering if that's truly a way of.
The official title of the,
Misuse, if they're smoking pot, they're missing.
Yeah, I don't, it's in the
Seriously?
agenda. I don't,
Like, we're.
yeah, I don't think
No.
that
no, I
matters.
think that's actually
Okay,
the
sure.
name of the
So
grant.
Hang on, stop. I don't really think that matters
Do you
on
know-
what we're gonna do.
I don't.
I know the solicitor is chomping at the bit.
You know what, that's the actual, no, that's the actual name of the grant.
Okay,
That's the actual identification.
okay, I was just.
I'm sorry.
Go ahead.
This isn't the Tara, this is actually. In this,
Oh.
this is a serious thing because DOJ is involved.
Right.
There's several provisions where the town is required to make an account for how this money is used.
We do that, we currently do it.
Okay, you're okay with the auditing and all that. You are.
Yeah, we're currently doing it right now.
Okay, that's the only thing I flagged in this rather lengthy document. I was just concerned about the financial requirements. Just because.
There's a lot of, yeah, a lot of paperwork.
Yeah.
And my question with the word is because, is this a program that teaches if pills are being misused, if youth is getting access to drugs and both abusing them and misusing them, is this going to educate them on the dangers of misusing drugs? I'm just curious about what this program is really about.
I mean, it's a serious question,
Yeah, I mean,
but if it is the title, it's interesting.
Yeah,
What's
it's
the
the
answer?
title of the,
Okay.
the title of the grant.
Anything else? Okay, we have
I
a
guess there's
motion.
no answer.
We have a motion. Do we
Yeah,
have a
so
second?
moved.
Second.
Motion and a second. All in favor? Aye. Okay, next we have discussion and action regarding the concession rights bid.
So we had two vendors that bid on, on the award. And, one is someone that we've had over the course of time, many years. The other, Dells came in with a higher bid. Even though they don't offer the novelties that we were requesting, I would like to go with Dells because I feel they're under new ownership. They're trying to do more in the community. And we can make accommodations with the $2,500, we can make accommodations to handle the novelty piece of the bid. So my request would be to go with Dells for this
Maybe
year.
they'll carry novelties.
Well, I mean, I think that it's always good to change things up a little.
Yeah, I agree.
Motion to approve.
Second.
We have a motion, a second. I have a question for the solicitor. Anthony, if the bid included those novelties, but they did not meet that requirement, are they still a responsive bidder?
You know, I actually had a discussion with Karen on this. in my opinion, this is in fact a responsive bid. And it's the higher bid.
Okay.
Even though Pelagis has a wider range of products that they sell. The fact that the Dell's lemonade itself can be seen as a novelty. I think it meets the requirements that they have. There are financial benefits to the town if you go with the high bid. So it's got my seal of it.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Any other comments? All in favor?
Aye.
Thank you.
Okay, next we have the fire chief. Chief, you never ask for anything cheap. You know? This is for a new ambulance.
Yes. I request approval to purchase from Specialty Vehicles, new ambulance will be 2023 in the amount of $373,260 from capital account, number there, from using the Houston Galveston Area Council HGAC purchase agreement.
Okay, motion to approve. We have a motion. Do we have a second?
Second.
Any questions from the council?
And we have the out to bid, number and all of that.
Yeah,
Isn't this on the
yeah, it's a
master-
bid list.
That's the HGAC, yes.
All right,
Yep.
sorry, thank you. I
And that's
thought
a-
it was a
yeah.
different number.
Okay, we have a motion and a second.
Thank you.
All in favor? Aye. Okay, and also it's, why do I have two of these in front of me? Oh, I signed them both, I thought. All right, okay, I got it. Yep. Next, we have the police chief. This is for the use of the data with the flock camera system. I believe it was, chief made it clear to me, we are not installing flock cameras. This is just to give us access to the data from the other towns that have them. Am I correct?
Correct.
What's a flock? The one on the side of the road that takes a
Plate
picture
readers.
of
Of
it?
the light, no, it just does the license plate.
Plate readers. This vehicle's license plates. And it's free of charge from the company. And we just want to use it for serious offenses. We'll be able to go into the database and put the
So it's a
information.
data system access.
Yes, that's all it is.
And to note, I thank you for, the information will be limited to detectives,
Correct.
so.
And I want to thank you. I don't need my reading glasses for this.
Motion to approve.
Actually, Anthony, have you read the MOU? Are you comfortable with it?
Yes.
Okay,
Second.
Yes, they did review it.
okay, we have a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
That's a wrap. Do we have a motion to adjourn?
Motion to adjourn.
Into executive.
Second?
Into executive
Into
session.
executive session. Yes, correct. Sorry.
All right. I was hoping.
Okay, we are on executive session. First thing, we need a motion. To instruct the town manager to proceed and recover forces with DB. NEDB. I'll make that motion. We have a second. Okay, and the second issue, we have, we need a motion to instruct the solicitor to proceed as he advised us regarding the gateway project.
I'll make that motion.
Opposed and second, all in favor? Okay, can I have a motion to seal the minutes?
So move.
Motion and second, all in favor? Aye. Can I have a motion to?
Motion to adjourn.
Second. All in favor? Aye.